Madam Chair, we're ready to start our 2 p.m. session. Madam Chair, I believe you're muted.
Sorry. Let me re-begin. I was on mute. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin, I'd like to make an important land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land that we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990, as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is now called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning that applies to property, permission to extend or alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. The regular chair, Member Allison, was not well today, and so I'm standing in online temporarily on his behalf for the rest of this afternoon. My name is Nadini Sankar Peralta, and I will chair today's meeting. Joining me on the adjudicating panel today is Member Maziari and Member Klein, along with City staff and Deputy Secretary Treasurer Lamb. Committee of Adjustment public hearings are now conducted in a hybrid in-person and virtual format. Some applicants and participants will make their submissions in person, and others will participate virtually by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform. The meetings are also streamed on Toronto City Planning YouTube channel, and anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so and watch it on YouTube. Those who want to participate virtually and have registered in advance will be connecting with their computer, tablet, smartphone, and telephone, and have the option of participating via video or audio only. All virtual participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When your item is called, you will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. We ask that you also mute all other devices until you're called upon to speak. Please use one device at a time, as the use of additional devices may cause static noise and may interfere with the audio and hearing and may slow us down. To ensure further audio clarity, we also suggest that you do not use the speakerphone function of your telephones. Those participating by video appearance will be temporarily upgraded to panelist. When your item is being held during this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time. At all other times, your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. For both in-person and virtual participants, Committee of Adjustment staff will share presentations submitted in accordance with the written submission deadline. Those participating through WebEx are not allowed to use the share screen or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. Now, with respect to receiving a copy of decision of the committee, those who are attending in person today who wish to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on an application must fill out a decision request card, and those participating virtually need to submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and email address, because the Committee of Adjustment and the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, will be sending notifications and appeal updates by email. If you do not agree with a decision of the committee, you may be able to appeal the decision to the Toronto Local Appeal Body in some limited circumstances, the Ontario Land Tribunal. However, the provincial government amended the Planning Act and generally removed rights to third parties to appeal Committee of Adjustment decisions. Only the applicant, the minister, and the of Municipal Affairs and Housing, specified persons and public bodies, as those defined in the Planning Act, are permitted to appeal decisions of the Committee of Adjustments. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. With respect to hearing procedure, I will call each item in the order it's listed in the agenda. When making submissions, where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I'll ask you to summarize your presentation when you are reaching the 5-minute mark without exception. Any presentation or other materials you wish to submit to the committee must have been emailed in advance of the hearing. Staff and committee members cannot accept materials at the hearing. When addressing the committee, please state your name and your address. Please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and will make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to the proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is correct and that all those entitled to notice of the application are informed of the changes. Then individuals in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. We call on speakers and in the hearing room first, and then those participating through WebEx will speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they've finished their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent has an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion, and the application will then be taken into committee for a decision. When panel members are in a committee making decisions, there are to be no interruptions from the agent, the applicant, or application attendees. So I'll just ask panel members, are there any declaration of conflict of interest for this afternoon session? Okay, I'm seeing heads shaking no, so there's none from me as well. And Deputy Lamb, are there any deferral requests we should speak to?
Madam Chair, thank you very much. We have a deferral request for item number 12, Bentworth.
All right, so let's turn our attention. I guess we'll get started. Everyone turn your attention to item number 12. And item number 12, 12 to 20 Bentworth Avenue. I'm just pulling up full amount here. Okay, and so this is to alter the development standards as approved under the site plan specific bylaw for the proposed 10-story residential building. This application was also deferred last year, May 15th, 2025. The related site plan application is currently under review. So let's get the agent out here. The agent's name, is it Deliang Han? Mr. Hang, are you there?
No, it's not.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that's item number 11, I believe you're looking at.
Sorry, item number 11. I apologize. So there's a Michael Stewart. Is that the agent?
Good afternoon, member of committee. This is Harry Zhu. Michael Stewart was unable to attend in person, so I'm the authorized planner of the representing the property owner.
Thank you. If you could provide us with your address for the record, please.
Yeah, sure. My name is Harry Zhu, and my address is 55 St. Clair Avenue West.
Okay, and you're here to defer this application. If you could state the reasons for your deferral.
Yeah, sure, through Chair. And understand that this application has been deferred once before, and we have actually have a quite extensive work with the city staff in minor adjustment to some of the standards. And as you can potentially probably see in the application information center, we're supposed to have our zoning notice dated January the 8th and being uploaded. And at that moment, we got declared direction from the zoning review department that we can proceed to the committee of adjustment hearing. That's why the public notice and all the information at the time was prepared based on that original zoning notice dated in January, which included 13 minor variances in total. However, after the public notice has been issued, we have been notified by the zoning review team that there was errors in the zoning review, and then we quickly worked with them. Albeit with all the efforts, we were only be able to sort it out the final version of the zoning notice that was dated February 26th. That was last Thursday, and it was only uploaded to the system, to the application information portal this Monday, so about 3 days, so 3 days ago. The minor variance has been reduced, and then we also appreciate that the staff have been providing their opinion through staff report. It is just that given this short time notice of the latest zoning notice, it is our interest to just given the consideration to ensure clarity, I think procedural fairness, and also a proper and correct complete application record, and also to give more time for the staff, member of public, and also member of committee to review this latest notice and give comments accordingly. That's why we are requesting a deferral. We will work with the staff to try to get to the closest next available committee agenda.
Okay, fair enough, fair enough. Now, we do have a number of folks that are speaking, whether it be in person or online, and we do have to just get their consent and their okay for deferring this application with the length of the explanations you provided. So what I'll do is I'll just sort of turn it over. I have on my list here that we've got a Joe Montana. Is that in person, Mr. Clapp? Or
I believe Mr.
Yes.
Montana's call-in. They've been unmuted.
okay,
Yes,
sure. So Mr. Montana, you've heard what the agent has indicated. We're only talking to the deferral right now. Are you okay with them deferring the application to, get all of this information out to everyone for a fair review of it?
yes, I'm okay to defer.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on to the next person on the list. It seems that this could be an agent or someone associated, but I'll check. Joe Cimer, C-I-M-E-R.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes. So are you a neighbor, I guess, or?
I'm representing the landowner at 27 Macadam Avenue.
Okay, all right. So is that okay to have this item deferred?
I am in agreement with the deferral.
All right, thank you very, very much. Let's move on to the next neighbor, Harry Zhu, if you're there.
That's the agent, Madam Chair. We'll move to Helen Realista.
Oh, sorry. Helen Realista. Okay, no problem. It says this is the owner of the property, but I'm not sure.
Yeah.
So Helen Realista, are you there?
Yes,
Okay. If I could just, you're at the 22 Bentworth Avenue?
yes,
Okay, so you're a neighbor, I guess, because that we weren't sure here, but it seems to fall outside of the 12 to 20 Bentworth Avenue.
I am the closest neighbor. I'm at 22 Bentworth.
Okay, great. Thanks for that clarification. So are you okay with the deferral request being made by the agent today?
I'm okay with that.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on now to the next neighbor, Stephen Ma. Yes, hello. Again, just checking in with you. Are you okay with the deferral request? made
Yes,
with
I'm
the
okay
agent?
with the deferral.
All right, appreciate it. And now next we have Paolo Falsetti.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, hi.
Hi there. Yes, I'm okay with the deferral.
Okay, great. And to everyone listening, if there, sorry, Mr. Clapp, is there anyone else that we're noted to speak with?
That's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. If there's no one else, should we defer it from the membership, the committee members, it will come in at the next available date, sine die, and things will be circulated to you as well in advance of that date. So then with that, let's take this into committee for a deferral motion. Okay, Member Klein, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair, hearing the deferral request to get the revised zoning notice to the neighbors for review. For clarity and procedural fairness, I make a motion to approve this deferral.
Okay, approval of deferral from Member Klein, seconded by Member Mazziari. All in favor? Okay, your deferral request has been approved. Deputy Lamb, any other deferral requests to speak to?
Not at the moment, Madam Chair. Why don't we go straight to item number 11?
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, so let's move on to item number 11, everyone. And this is 18 Resolution Crescent to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage and front porch. This application was previously deferred by the committee in January 2026. So, and there are 7 variances for this application. On file, they showed a bit of a previous agenda. There are a number of letters of objection, and as well, there is a staff report, I believe, online. Let me just take a quick look at this.
That's correct, Madam
Yes,
Chair. There is a
it's-
late staff report.
Yes, there's a late staff report. Okay, thank you so much. So let's get the agent out here. I have on my records a Robert Bader, I have on my records Deliang Han.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, Mr. Han, if you could state your name and address for the records, please.
Sure. My name is Deliang Han. Address is 18 Resolution Crescent, Toronto M2H1N4. I'm the
Okay.
owner of the property.
Great. Now, did you happen to have seen the staff report? And I'm wondering if Deputy Lamb, there was one that you were saying that was more recent because, oh yes, I see the March 5th one up on here. There was recommendations on here about revisions to variances number 4 and 7. If not, it will be refused. So are you making any changes here today?
Yes. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the committee. Yeah, based on the planning staff's recommendation, we made the change for variance number 4 and number 7.
And can you just please state what the variances, what the changes are? What are they changing from and to?
Sure. So if you look at our latest revision plan, on February 26, I believe, we reduced on the variance number 4, we reduced the height of the first floor from 1.49 to 1.4 meters above the established grade. And
Sorry. Which variance is this?
Madam Chair, the agent is referencing an incorrect number there. If the agent could
Yes.
reference the public notice when you make your
Oh, yeah.
changes, please.
Yeah, so for variance number 4,
Yes.
we reduced the coverage from 35.7 to 35.1 as the planning staff recommended.
Okay, so
And-
variance number 4 reduced from 35.7% to 35.1%. And go
Right.
on.
Yeah, and for variance number 7, we reduced the height of the first floor from 1.49 to 1.40.
Okay, so variance number 7 gets reduced to 1.4 meters. Any other changes?
There's no other changes.
Okay. Seeing that we have a couple of folks here to speak to this application, we'll give you about 5 minutes to present to us the merits of your application. Go ahead.
Sure. Basically, we are building a new two-story house here, and we require the variance about on the south side of the setback to 1.22, and on the north of the setback to 1.48. And we require minor variance for the coverage to 35.1. And also we require the minor variance for the height of the porch and for the height of the first floor. For the porch, we request to 1.34 meters. For the first floor, we request to 1.4 meters. And also, we request the minor variance for the 3-story. Regarding the 3-story, actually our basement midpoint height is lower than the established grade. The only reason the examiner put it as a 3-story is because of the garage portion. Above the garage, we have 2 stories. That's why they put it as a 3-story. But other than that, at the back, we are actually 2 stories. Madam Chair, I think that's all the variance we request.
Okay, thank you very much. Committee members, do you have any questions of the agent here? Okay, there being none, then let's turn it over to the next person that I have who is attending virtually, and that's Corinne Treyberg.
Yep, they've been unmuted, Madam Chair.
Okay, Corinne Treyberg, if you could state your name and address for the record, please. Ms. Treyberg, are you there? You've been unmuted, so please speak. Okay, if in case we can move on to the next speaker and give her some time to come back. The next speaker is Han Tang.
Sorry, Madam Chair, if I may, there is a speaker present in the chambers, so perhaps we can go to them.
Okay, oh, right, so there we go. Can you please state your name and address for the record, please?
My name is Lulu Chen, and I'm a owner of 20 Resolution Crescent. And I record what I want to say because I was worried that some pronunciation might not be corrected and could learn to misunderstanding. Can I play it now?
Okay, if you feel that that could be done, maybe
Yes,
play it into the mic so that everyone could hear.
Yes, I want to speak is this one. Yes.
Okay.
Can I read?
Yes, go ahead.
I am writing as the owner of 20 Resolution Crescent, a property directly adjacent to the subject property at 18 Resolution Crescent. I am writing to formally and strongly object to the approval of the following minor variances requested in the application for a new detached dwelling. 1. Chapter the 10th of March 905. A. Bylaw number 569 to 2013. The minimum required side yard setback is 1.8 meters. The proposed building will have a north side yard setback of only 1.48 meters, a reduction of 0.32 meters from the legal requirement. 2. Chapter 10.20.40.10.2a, Bylaw 5692013. The maximum permitted height of the side exterior main walls is 7.5 meters. The proposed sidewall height is 7.83 meters, exceeding the limit by 0.33 meters. 3. Chapter 10.20.40.10.3a by law 5692013. The maximum permitted number of stories is 2. The proposed dwelling will have 3 stories, an additional full level. Grounds for objection. 1. Severe and irreversible impact on natural light and living conditions. The south-facing side of my home, which directly borders the subject property, features large windows that serve as the primary source of natural light for my kitchen, living room, and bedrooms. These windows are not merely architectural features. They are essential to the health, comfort, and livability of my home. The reduction of the north side yard setback from 1.8 meters to 1.48 meters will bring the new building 0.32 meters closer to my property line, creating a significant physical obstruction. The increase in the side wall height from 7.5 meters to 7.83 meters, combined with the addition of a 3rd story, will drastically expand the area of shadow cast over my property. In Toronto, where winter sunlight is already scarce, this will result in a substantial reduction of direct sunlight into my main living spaces. This will lead to chronically dark, cold, and unhealthy living conditions, directly contravening the standards of a habitable residence. 2. Complete erosion of privacy and personal security. The combination of a reduced setback and increased building height will create an oppressive and intrusive environment. The new, taller building will be in extremely close proximity to my south-facing windows, offering direct and unobstructed views into the most private areas of my home. This constant sense of being watched and the loss of visual privacy will create a permanent state of anxiety and insecurity for my family, fundamentally eroding our quality of life and the sanctuary of our home. 3. The requested variances are not minor but substantially harmful. While the application describes these changes as minor, their combined effect is anything but trivial. The cumulative impact of a shorter setback, taller walls, and an extra story constitutes a significant impairment to my property rights and enjoyment. The core purpose of Toronto's zoning code, including setback and height restrictions, is to protect the rights of adjacent property owners to light, air, and privacy. Approving these variances would directly undermine this fundamental principle. The damage to my property's value, livability, and my family's well-being is substantial and cannot be dismissed as minor. 4. The proposal is detrimental to community character. This application sets a dangerous precedent for the neighborhood. By allowing excessive building height and reduced setbacks, it threatens the established low-density, private, and family-friendly character of our community. This is fundamentally incompatible with the intent of the city's official plan to maintain and enhance the quality of life for all residents. Conclusion and request. For the reasons outlined above, I respectfully request that the Committee of Adjustment deny the approval of the 3 minor variances related to the side yard setback, sidewall height, and the number of stories. This decision is necessary to uphold my legal rights as a property owner, protect the health and well-being of my family, and preserve the integrity of Toronto's planning regulations. I am prepared to attend the public hearing on March 5th, 2026 to present
I
my
think we
intentions
could stop
in person.
Okay.
Okay, we could stop there. And I just allowed extra time because I know that there may be language difficulties. But what we do have is we've received your submission in writing, as well as we've put it up on the screen. So now I'll ask committee members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Okay, there being none, I'll ask Mr. Clapp if should we go back to try the ones that were online, or?
Madam Chair, I have actually Karen from 16 Resolution on speakerphone now, so I'm going to go ahead and unmute her.
Awesome. Karen, can I have your name and address for the record, please?
So oddly, when you unmute me, it mutes everyone else. It was happening on the WebEx, and that's why I couldn't hear when I was being called upon. So hopefully, I'm not speaking out of turn now, and everyone can hear me. Can someone give a thumbs up if they can actually hear me? Amazing, thank you. So I am representing 16 Resolution CRESCENT. I'm the power of attorney for my father, Terry Triberg, who's the owner. Really, I was on for 2 reasons. One was to fully understand. I was not understanding the discrepancy between the sort of interchangeable referrals to this being a 2-story building and a 3-story building. And now, thanks to the owner, I understand that. And then the only thing that we had issue was with potentially was the rear deck, as long as it doesn't change from what's currently proposed, which is, the deck is on the southwestern side of the home, where, the elevated deck, versus the southeastern side. Right now, the southeastern side appears to be a basement walkout. And so as it's drawn, assuming that nothing has changed, I see it on the screen, and I was looking at the drawings from, I guess the last submitted ones were from January the 5th. So as long as that's not changing, we're fine. We were just a little bit concerned about a raised deck kind of overlooking where the way that the two houses are angled, it would be kind of looking right into my father's deck. But presuming that this can't be changed, once this is approved, then we have no objections. But I just did not want to give up the opportunity to speak in case there was something that came up live here that I was therefore then unable to actually chime in on. So those were the two things: the deck, as long as it doesn't change, and the fact that I was confused about 2 versus 3 stories, and that has been cleared up. So that's it for me.
Got it. And we thank you for that. Members, do you have any questions of the agent? Yes, Mr. Mazziari, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In terms of deck privacy,
I can't hear anything in the room once you guys.
Can you hear me?
So it's I'm done speaking.
Wait, can she be unmuted just to are you hearing Mr. Mazziari's question?
Can you hear me?
Can you hear him now? I think the issue's on our end.
So are you able to hear me, Corinne?
She can't hear the room.
She can't hear.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, it's okay. Thank you very much. Karen, I'm going to hang up now.
Oh, okay. So
Madam Chair, we
maybe
have one
can-
other speaker that we haven't been able to unmute. I'm just going to quickly see if I can call.
Yes.
From 22 resolution.
Okay. So we'll just hold for a moment. Is there a way that we could get, Mr. Mazziari, as your question, something that was pivotal to the decision-making, just in case?
I was just wondering if a privacy screen, if we approve this application, privacy screen on both sides of the deck can help both actually immediate neighbors. So I just want to ask the neighbor for that.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I called Han Tang at 22 resolution using the phone number provided, and I went straight to voicemail, so we can move on.
Okay, we can move on, and we can't get Corinne back online, right?
I can
Just around
try.
the privacy fence.
Did you want me to get her back on?
Yeah, if that's possible, just to respond to Mr. Member Mazziari's
Okay, just sit tight.
question.
Okay, so if you can, I'm just going to put you back on speakerphone. If you can just confirm that you'll be okay one more time.
Yes,
Yes.
Corinne,
So
are you
yes,
there?
privacy
Can you hear me
screening
now?
would help alleviate any concerns on the rear deck.
All right, so that responds to your question, Member Mazziari, that privacy screens would help. Okay, so then let's get the agent back out, seeing that there's no one else to speak to this item. And I'll give, when the agent is back on, 5 minutes to respond.
Hey, Madam Chair, yeah, I'm here.
Go ahead, and so you've heard what everyone else had to say, the speakers. Maybe if you can begin responding on that.
Madam Chair, just sorry, apologies. Han has just logged in. If we can just let him or her speak.
Okay. Okay, so, sorry, your name and address for the record, please. Han, are you there?
They have been unmuted, Madam Chair.
Han, are you there? This will be the last call, then we will have to put this to rest.
Hello.
Hello. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Han 22 Resolution Crescent.
Okay.
Sorry.
And go ahead. Han, we're listening. If you have anything to say.
No, sorry.
Oh,
no.
Okay, so you were just listening in. All right. Okay, no problems. Let's pause that now, and I guess we'll get the agent back out.
Sure, Madam Chair, yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah, I heard all the saying from the both neighbors. Yeah, regarding the deck, yeah, we have no plan to move the back from the yeah, the deck going to stay where it is right now. There's no plan to move it. I think that's one concern from number 16 resolution. And regarding the other concern, I think what's the first concern? Can you possibly go back to the concern that you put on the screen?
We can ask.
Okay, I got you. Regarding, I think the first one is the setback. If you look at the survey, the existing house right now, the setback on the north side is 1.34 meters. Our new house proposed is 1.48 meters. It's actually bigger than existing setbacks. So that's what I want to say for the first concern. And there's also concern about the 3-story, as I explained earlier. It's actually only the portion of the garage, above the garage, it's 3-story. The rest of the house is actually 2-story. Our basement, the midpoint, is actually lower than the established grade. The other concern I think is the main wall. Yes, we asked for the minor variance, the main wall from 7.5 to 7.83, but the height of the house is lower than 10 meters. It's compliant with the zoning plan. The height of the house is 9.95, which is not exceed the zoning plan. Yeah, I think that's all, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much for that. Members, do you have any questions, starting with Member Mazziari?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Han, we have two sets of plans, one dated February 4th and one dated February 25th. If you are to approve this application, are you okay to tie it to the site plan of February 25th, 2026? Because I can see the north side yard setback is partial, and we just want to make sure that it's not extended to the back. Are you okay to tie it to that site plan?
I'm okay, yes, I'm good.
Okay, thanks.
Great, any other questions? Okay, let's then take this into matter. Yes, Member Klein?
Sorry, Madam Chair. I didn't hear the agent address the privacy screen. Did I miss that?
No, you didn't. We never asked him if he was okay with that. So if the agent can respond.
Sure, I'm here. I'm not sure about the privacy screen, but the deck of the height isn't. We didn't ask for any change. That's not one of the items for the for the minor variance.
Okay. Thank you. Any other questions? There being none, let's take this into committee. Okay. Thoughts, comments, motion? Member Mazziari.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think overall it's a supportable application to me. I had a bit of concern with the rear deck, but as the applicant mentioned, there is no variance with that. And also the privacy screen, we are usually cautious with that because it's creating more mass at the back. Now that the deck is raised, that is actually making more mass and more shadowing on the immediate neighbors. So I wouldn't include that. But overall, I think it's a supportable application. It meets the 4 test. And I think the revisions are minor, but I think it's making the application better. So I am okay with the application.
Okay.
take
Member
it into
Mazziari, a motion to approve this application?
Yes, I can make a motion. Just
Yeah.
Sorry. Okay, so I motion to approve this application as amended, variance number 4 to be reduced to 35.1%, and also variance number 7 to be reduced to 1.4 meters. And also, I would tie to the site plan dated February 25th, 2026. So the proposal to develop substantially in accordance in regard with the north side yard setback, substantially in accordance with the site plan dated February 25th, 2026.
Okay, motion from Member Mazziari to approve with those conditions and seconded by Member Klein. All those in favor? Unanimously approved with those conditions. Thank you very much. Your application has been approved. Okay, then let's move on. Since item number 12 has been deferred, let's move on, committee members, to item number 13. Item number 13 is 41 Thurston Road, and this is to permit a front yard parking pad. And this application was previously deferred on January 22nd, 2026. There are 4 variances, and I don't see anything further unless there's another late staff report that I'm not aware of, but.
Madam Chair, we do have a neighbor in the chambers who wishes to speak.
Okay, so in that case, let's get the agent out here, Robert Bader. Mr. Bader, are you there?
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Okay, good afternoon. As we have someone in the audience to speak to this application, if you could provide us with a brief presentation on the merits of your application.
Certainly. Chair, members, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on this item again. Thanks kindly for accommodating our deferral request from January's meeting. I'm here before you today seeking an insignificant number of minor variances to allow for my client the flexibility and convenience of installing a front yard parking pad at their home, municipally known as 41 Thurston Road. As with the January meeting, the neighbor, Miss O'Neill, along with her solicitor, have attended and shared written and oral submissions objecting to our requested front yard parking pad. The chair and members should be aware that we immediately sprang to action by preparing and providing a detailed communication to Miss O'Neill and her lawyer, which we personally delivered as was requested by these objectors, and which forms part of the submission materials in our file today. When I delivered the letters to Miss O'Neill's residence, I had challenges because there was no mailbox, and the space between the screen door and the main door was overflowing with literally months' worth of uncollected mail. My challenges in delivering this letter to Miss O'Neill's lawyer were not lessened because I could not properly locate Mr. Huckin's address for service. I delivered that letter to 3 separate offices. I had asked each of them to reach out to me to discuss, but neither accepted my request. We are quite confident today in suggesting that Miss O'Neill and her lawyer are deeply confused with what we are requesting. In Miss O'Neill's latest correspondence, she's primarily confusing length with width. She's sharing unrelated claims respecting a basement window well located between the two houses and a fair distance from the proposed front yard parking pad. Ms. O'Neill is referencing case law that is wholly unrelated to our current request for front yard parking. Ms. O'Neill is continuing an absurd suggestion that the registered right-of-way between the two houses can accommodate a personal motor vehicle. And finally, Ms. O'Neill is suggesting that our proposal encroaches into the registered right-of-way, which is clearly evidenced not to. Our request seeks minor variances for a front yard parking pad at 41 Thurston Road is no different than a recent request I had made to this very committee seeking the very same at 24 Thurston Road. More than 50% of the single-family dwellings on Thurston Road have front yard parking pads, and the neighboring support for my client's request exceeds that number. To be sure, the city's urban forestry services and transportation services have no objections to our application, and we are agreeable to the conditions these divisions have shared with this committee. We submit that the variances requested individually and collectively meet the 4 tests pursuant to the Planning Act, in that they are minor in nature, they conform to the underlying applicable policy framework, including the zoning bylaw, they are desirable to meet the needs of a growing family in Midtown Toronto, and they are consistent with the evolving character of the area. I'm available to answer any questions the members may have.
Okay, thank you. So I did hear in your presentation, you're aware of the transportation report. There is one condition to it, a minor condition. Is that, are you aware of that, I guess?
Yes, I am, and it's not so minor. It's difficult to obtain front yard parking pad licenses nowadays with the city, but we are confident that we will be successful.
All right, good. Well, that being said, I note that there was a number of letters of also support along with that letter of objection as well. And I'll ask other members, do you have any questions of the agent? Okay, there being none, then let's move on to the speaker who came into the audience to hear what they have to say. If
Madam
you could
Chair,
state
we
your
have
name.
Ms. O'Neill in the chamber today.
Okay. Great. Ms. O'Neill, if you could come forward and state your name and address for the record, and then we'll give you 5 minutes to share with us your concerns. My colleagues are directing you to the podium. I can't see what's happening, but I hope everything is okay there.
Madam Chair, Ms. O'Neill is collecting her notes with her. She'll be there
Oh,
shortly.
okay. Okay, thank you. Good day, Ms. O'Neill. If you could state your name and address for the record, that's great. I can't hear, so I'm not sure if the mic is on.
Oh, okay.
There we go. Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Carmel O'Neill. The property I live in, the third generation, it is a right-of-way, mutual driveway. It's 7 feet at the rear. And at the present moment, it's non-accessible. I've sent photos in of a window well that's 7 or 8 inches out, a fence that's 2 feet out, for the applicant to claim hardship. Her vehicle is and can fit through to a garage at the back. Their site plan claims that mine is a shed. It is not. It is a full-size garage. Their whole survey is calling it a walkway. It's not. It's a legitimate, existing for forever site survey I have. I inherited to this property. Family members have used it as an access, and I plan on using it myself or any visitors and family. Now, this pad, on the other hand, is too small. There's a tree there. I measured it. I didn't have the information in, but I have the photographs of it. It's supposedly, unless they're going to kill it, there will be an injury report by an arborist to say that it has to go by, not have a pad within 5 feet. The measurements I took on what information you have prove beyond a doubt that there will be an obstruction of my access to the rear. I'm not sure how much, but if the tree isn't killed or taken down, it'll be 5 feet, so that'll be about 3. It's about 8.5 feet. I measured it and took pictures. The tree is a full-grown tree. It meets the tree protection zone. There's a sewer out front that wasn't put also in the site plan. And with ramp, it will not be any ramp. It's a no ramp allowed. I've issued reference to it with 311 City Water. Snow removal to get it cleared off to be measured. Just before I got here, there was a licensed officer checking the car that blocked the snow. I got plowed in and checking whether it's a movable item. He says that's not up to him, it's transportation services. His badge number 6517. I said, I asked him, did you ask him if it could start the car or whether it's able to move, because I'm worried about a derelict vehicle parked on a pad. It hasn't moved in 2 to 3 years. So, I mean, I just can't see this whole project as being feasible. That's all. I have a hillside on my side. There is a visual barrier when I exit between if I was to have a 5.6 vehicle SUV and a hillside. I have pictures, and I gave them to a counselor's office. I spoke with, I think his name was, I spoke with somebody there. I have his name, I think it's Stanley. He called me. I believe Mr. Clapp may have got a call from him because he said he was going to inform me. Checked the 311 numbers. They cleaned the snow at 5:30 yesterday. I got an officer speaking to me just as I'm leaving. He said it's not up to him, it's transportation services. So.
You have about 30 seconds to wrap up.
Okay, well, I'm highly opposed to this situation, and I'd like it deferred until transportation services review the accurate site survey. If not, and a field reinspection of the physical impossibility of everything on this. Either that or it's 918/4 saying that this thing has been totally misrepresented and that there's very little truth to it. And that's my final statement.
Thank you so much for your input, and I'll ask committee members, do you have any questions of Ms. O'Neill?
Yes.
I have a question. If you can just confirm your address again for me, please.
45 Thurston Road.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Any other questions?
Can I have a joke?
All right.
Or are you going to check something out?
Seeing that there's no one else to speak to this application, and I'll have Mr. Clapp confirm that for me. And if not, we can get the agent back online.
That's correct, Madam Chair. We'll turn the floor back
Okay.
over to Mr. Bader.
Great. Mr. Bader, are you there? You're unmuted. Oh, sorry. You're in person, yes. Okay, thank you so much. And you've talked to a little bit about the situation with Ms. O'Neill and the fact that transport has given, their green light except for a specific permit that's required. Please address.
That's correct, Madam Chair. We had attempted to speak and discuss the proposal with Ms. O'Neill and her solicitor. Our requests went unanswered. We are aware of Transportation Services comments and the suggested condition, and we are prepared to accept that.
Okay. Any other comments before we take that into, yes, and we've got Member Mazziari, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have two questions. The first one is, you're clearly within a TPZ of the city-owned tree. I don't see any arborist report. I don't see any urban forestry comment. I am just curious how this, there's no protection proposed for this construction of this pad. So that's my first question. The second question is, I can see the parking pad width is 2.2 meters. As you know, the standard parking space is 2.6 meters wide. So are you able to park a car, fit a car at 2.2 meters width without projecting into the neighbor's property?
So in answer to your first question, we have prepared an arborist report, and we are encroaching, the parking pad does encroach, the proposed parking pad does encroach into the tree protection zone. The parking pad just requires very superficial and not deep earthworks to install. When the frost is removed from the ground in the coming weeks, we'll be performing a root investigation with air tools in hand and hand digging to ensure that the installation of that parking pad will not injure the existing city-owned tree.
Okay, and my second question about...
Your second question, yeah, so 2.6 meter width is the requirement for a drive aisle, I believe, and I believe that it's just less than that for the maximum width permitted for a vehicle parking space. We believe that 2.2 meters is sufficient to provide for a parking space for our client. And we are forbidden to encroach into the registered right-of-way, so it will
No, I understand.
have
And
to
I
do.
don't see any comment from transportation, so I'm just curious if you can fit a car at this width. So.
Well, based on precedents on the street, this is a width that has been performed and executed and acceptable to operate, based on the precedents on the street.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, if not, let's pull this into committee right now. Right. Thoughts, comments, questions? I see everyone's face directed somewhere else. I'm not sure what's going on, but
Sorry, Madam Chair. The previous speaker was just curious if she could speak, but as you know, we can't go back and forth.
oh no, we're into committee and the process we're following due process right now. So let's move ahead into committee as well around this matter. I was confused myself around the width of the parking pad and but then I thought how does anyone even use that specific setback in between anyway to sort of get a full vehicle to the back for a garage. It didn't look like it had, maybe it's my car, but I can't see that happening. I'm not sure if there was a talk about the character of this with the rest of the neighborhood, but I'd be curious to hear what you all think. Member Mazziari.
I can start, Madam Chair. I think it's a very common configuration in the neighborhood. I looked at the street view almost happening for every other house. So it's very common in the neighborhood. I agree with the applicant. I think the pad is something happening at the surface, so I'm pretty sure the tree can be preserved. I'm a little bit concerned about the width and if the car parks there projected into the right-of-way, but I would be more worried if transportation has commented on that, but they don't.
Right.
So we have transportation with no objection. So overall, I think it's a supportable application for me.
Yeah, I mean, if transport has had no objections and they've had the chance to review this and perhaps come out and take a look, that gives a little bit of foundation for us. Any other comments? If not,
Madam Chair, I
yes,
do have
go
a
ahead,
comment.
Madam.
I have reviewed all the before me, and I think it's a supportable application. As my colleague said, it's something that's quite normal in the neighborhood, and the agent said that they had done one on another house in the neighborhood, so I am in support of this application.
Okay. Are you ready for a motion then, Ms. Klein?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, I put forth a motion to approve this application. I've navigated away from what I was looking at. Where am I? I don't think this is the right one. Are there any
We're
conditions?
looking
that
at
we need to
number
look at?
13.
There is a transportation condition to
Yeah, the
apply.
transportation
Yes.
condition.
Okay. All right, so motion from Member Klein to approve this application subject to the condition proposed by transportation, seconded by Member Mazziari. All those in favor? Your application has been approved with those conditions. Thank you. All right, let's move on then to item number, is it 14? Item number 14, 314 Wilson Avenue. And members, this is an application to legalize and maintain the light food processing, as a use within the existing ground floor commercial unit. Members, there's just one variance. I don't see any other items on here. Let me just see. I'm hearing voices on the line, so I'm presuming that that's the agent, Romel Lumbao. Are you there?
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe we have a Randolph to speak to this matter.
Okay, I do see that person is on here, so this means that he's the agent. So Randolph Gabriel?
Hi, good afternoon, committee members.
Could you state your name and address for the record, please?
Yeah, I'm Randolph, and the address is 121 Lebobec Avenue, Toronto.
Okay, so Romel Lumbao is not, he's just one of the agents that works with you, just to double check, right?
Yes,
Because I see
yes.
it's the same address. Okay,
That's
so
correct.
there's no one else here to speak to this application. I'm just wondering if committee members feel they need a presentation?
Madam Chair, sorry if I could interrupt. Sorry, the next two items are related as well.
Oh, okay, so item number 15 and item number 16. So looking at this, item number 15 is also 318 Wilson Avenue as well as 316 Wilson Avenue.
And maybe,
And
Madam Chair, while we have the agent online, we heard that this item might be deferred, so maybe the agent can clarify if that is still their intent.
Thank you, Deputy Lam. You've heard Mr. San Gabriel, you've heard that Deputy Lam's comments. Is this item actually being deferred?
Oh, yes, actually, we have requested a deferral. However, I believe it was not included on the initial deferral request. But yes, we respectfully request for a deferral.
And that is for all three items, number 14, 15, and 16, which is 314, 318, and 316 Wilson Avenue?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and it doesn't seem that there's anyone to speak to any of these items. So what I'd do is I'll have you just explain, please, for our records, why are you asking for a deferral?
Okay, the reason is that we want to recheck our application and would like to have additional time to gather supplementary materials for the committee's consideration and of course to ensure clarity on our application.
Okay, all right. And so committee members, do you have any questions of the applicant and his reasoning? Mr. Clapp, there's no one else to speak to this application. I'm just confirming.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay, if not, then let's take this into committee. And what we'll do is we're going to, okay, Deputy Lamb, what's the protocol here? If it's 3 of them, do you want us to list them separately for the record for deferral?
Yes, please. You can make one
Okay,
motion
so
to defer if that is your choice, but please reference all 3 files.
Okay, so let's do that. So let's start with the first file number, which is item number 14314 Wilson Avenue. Can I get a motion, please? Motion from Member Klein. Go ahead.
We've heard the agent's request to defer to gather information for consideration and clarity. As such, I put forth a motion to approve the deferral for 314 Wilson Avenue.
Okay. Member Klein with a motion to defer this application, seconded by Member Mazziari. All those in favor? Item number 14 has been deferred. Let's move to item number 15, which is 318 Wilson Avenue with the same explanations. Can I get a motion, please? Motion from
Madam Chair,
Klein.
the member can make one motion to defer, but she just needs to reference all 3 files.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So perhaps, Ms. Klein, if you can revisit your motion and reference all 3 files, 14, 15, 16, which is 314, 318, and 316 Wilson Avenue.
I'll revisit that motion for
Thank you.
314 Wilson Avenue, 318 Wilson Avenue, and 316 Wilson Avenue to defer.
Sine die?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Member Mazziari. All those in favor? Okay. Those items have been deferred sine die. Thank you so much. That takes us to the end of the 2 p.m. session. We have a bit of a break until we start the 4 p.m. session. So we'll see everyone back here at 4 p.m.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, we're going to start shortly. We're just going to have our members put their cameras on. We're going to start with the 4 p.m. time slot.
Thank you, Deputy Lamb. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are starting with the 4 p.m. Time slot, as Deputy Lamb stated. And we're going to begin with items number, and we're putting this in a group. It's 17, 18, and 19. And this is for number 215, 217, and 219 Glen Park Avenue to construct a 3-story apartment building containing 8 dwelling units and a 2-story garden suite in the rear yard. I note that on file we received some additional sort of parking justification items from the agent themselves. We have an email from planning stating that there's no concerns. There are forestry conditions for item number 18, which is 217 Glen Park for forestry condition number 3, and then for the 219 Glen Park forestry condition number 1. So with that, let's get the agent out. It's a Greg Ewens. Mr. Ewens, are you there?
He is. He's in the chambers in person, Madam Chair.
Okay, great. Thank you. If you could state your name and address for the records, please.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Thank you. Greg Ewens with Patori Planning and Management, representing the owner of the sites at 215, 217, and 219 Glen Park, address 1550 Kingston Road, Suite 1345.
Thank you. Now we've got a number of folks that are here to speak to all 3 of the applications as a whole. So if you could provide us with a bit of a brief presentation, that would be helpful.
Certainly, Madam Chair. I have presentations for each one of the applications. The first one here, 215 Glen Park. I'll just preface by saying these 3 applications are incredibly similar. Each one of the proposals is a similar 3-story, 8-unit building with one garden suite in the rear, 9 units in total on each of the 3 properties. 8 of 9 are 2-bedroom units. And there are a few distinguishing factors between these. 215 is within the citywide zoning bylaw, and 217 and 19 are within the other, within the old North York bylaw. So the variances are a bit different on 215 compared to the 2 properties to the west. So next slide, please. You can see, Madam Chair, I may need a little more than 5 minutes to go over the 3
Yes,
applications.
absolutely. You know, we'll tag that on because it is 3 applications that you're talking to. So no worries, we'll do that.
Thank you kindly. I'll try to be concise regardless. So you can see the subject site here. All 3 sites are very similar in size and shape. They're around the corner from the Glencairn subway station. And you can see the 3 houses here, all existing bungalows, 1-story on lots that are all similar size. You can see 3.5 3-story townhouses to the west on the right side of the page there, and a 2-story residential building on the other side. Just around the corner, you also have Marley, which provides sort of the mixed-use commercial area spine for the community. The immediate surrounding area, which you see on this slide, is a 30-story building on the lot to the south, which includes neighborhood parcels and a 5-story podium, 4- and 5-story podium in that area. There is a 10-story mixed-use building just west of Marley and Glencairn, very near the site. There's the 3.5-story townhouses I mentioned at the bottom right of the page, and you can see on the same block and just to the south on Glencairn Avenue, there's a 4-story, 10-unit apartment building that was approved at committee, I believe it was last year, and I believe it'll be under construction this year. Next slide, please. The site's designated as neighborhoods, all 3 sites. And as I mentioned, the 215 site is zoned RD in the citywide zoning bylaw, and the other 2 sites are zoned RM, R5M or RM5 in the North York bylaw, and both permit a series of low-rise dwellings. The RM permits apartment buildings, the RD does not. They all have specific setbacks and other criteria. Next slide, please. Since the site is proximate to Glencairn Station, it's within a major transit station area as identified by the provincial planning statement. The maps here show two options presented by city planning staff as part of the ongoing Marlee-Glencairn study, which details various land use approaches to meet provincial and city policy objectives for MTSAs. In both cases, you can see in option 1 and option 2 prepared by the city, the subject sites are proposed to be redesignated as apartment neighborhoods. This is an area where provincial policy and emerging city policy intend growth and change. Next slide, please. You can also see here the similar to the two options above. These are height maps showing suggested heights of up to 35 and up to 25 stories respectively in options 1 and 2 on the subject sites and in the surrounding area, allowing for mid-rise and tall buildings. Next slide, please. Okay, now the proposal is for a 3-story apartment building containing 8 units and a garden suite containing 1 unit. 8 of the 9 units are 2-bedroom units. The other is a studio. They're all rental units. There's 0 parking proposed. There is a bylaw compliant rate of bike parking proposed for each one of the properties. Bike parking is contained within the basement of the building and in the side of the rear structure of the garden suite. Each of one of the sites, we've tried to maximize landscaping, and you can see that in the subsequent slides. We've retained the front yard trees on 219 and 217 Glen Park. There isn't one on 215, and we're planting additional trees in each of the rear yards of all 3 properties. Next slide, please. And this shows the site and area landscaping. You can see the green is softscape. The white areas are a continuation of the sidewalk at the top part of the page there, the north part of the site, and then walkways along the common side yards of each proposed building with green space proposed to the east and the west of the 3 buildings abutting the adjacent existing buildings. And you can see the trees, proposed tree planting, different species in the rear yard, and the layout of the garden suites along with some solid waste storage area built into the footprint of the garden suite. Next slide, please. Building elevations. Next slide, please. And the requested variances. So this is for the 215 site. There are 11 variances requested for the proposed development. And they're shown here. I'll go through them, not in detail, but I'll summarize the ones that require a bit of discussion. Next slide, please. The first variance is for permitting an apartment building within the RD zone. As you can see on the diagram, there are a number of different multi-unit buildings in the surrounding context. There are 3- and 4-story low-rise apartments. There are townhouses. And there's also the tower to the south and the mid-rise buildings along Marlee, and the apartment building, the 4-story, 10-unit apartment building approved just to the southeast. You see there in green toward the subway station. The provincial and city policies intend densification around subway stations, and the city's PMTSA policies in Chapter 8 of the official plan explicitly permit apartments of up to 4 stories in neighborhoods within PMTSAs and MTSAs. And following the Glencairn Marlee study, this will be delineated as such. I also note that a 4-unit multiplex is permitted on this site with a very similar building envelope to what's proposed. Next slide, please. You can see here that the green, at the bottom image, the green area shows the as-of-right building envelope. We're requesting a minor increase to height and a minor increase to length. The length is actually 19 meters as proposed, which is a standard length or depth requirement for multiplex buildings. And you can see that here in comparison to what is proposed. As I said, the area context includes numerous buildings that are 3+ stories, including in neighborhoods. Next slide, please. With regard to FSI and lot coverage, I note that the FSI we're requesting is 1.26 and a coverage of 38%. This map shows coverage for a number of other lots in the area, both on Marlee and in the neighborhood areas immediately around the site. It includes the, apologies, there's in the 40 to 50% range for coverage, and we're well within that. In terms of FSI, I note that based on the city's MTSA policies, areas within 200 meters of a subway station typically have 6 to 8 FSI permissions when they're apartment neighborhoods or mixed-use areas. And even within neighborhoods, there's no FSI limit on apartment buildings up to at least 4 stories. This site is within roughly 160 to 170 meters of the Glencairn station. Next slide, please. The side yard variances, we have a side yard variance. Actually, we don't have a side yard variance. We're meeting the required side yard variance on 215. We have them on the other 2 sites. But we're providing, the bylaw requires a 1.5 meter landscape strip abutting an apartment building. We're providing a meter setback on the sides here, to the east, adjacent to the existing dwelling, and that's all landscape. The access to the building was moved to the west so that there's no pedestrian access along the east side of the building, and that area remains landscaped to the greatest extent possible. Again, it also reflects the form and siting of an as-of-right 3-story multiplex building that may be built on the site. We're going to great lengths to maximize the amount of softscape here, including twinning up the pedestrian access in the 2 central side yard corridors there, as you can see. Next slide. Since we're providing this access...
I'll give you a couple minutes extra. I've added on 5 already, so maybe another couple minutes. Yeah.
Yes,
Go ahead.
apologies. I'll keep moving here. Side yard access, we require some minor encroachment permissions to facilitate side yard access. Next slide, please. The paired entrances also limit the hardscape on the site. There are 2 parking spaces required here. We've submitted a transportation memo. There are no objections from transportation. And next slide, please. So in summary, I haven't talked about the garden suite. The garden suite is entirely as of right, designed to the standards of the bylaw. We've tried to thoroughly design and position this building and the other 2 to reflect the area scale and character, provide new family-size rental housing, maximize green space, align with provincial and city MTSA policies, and acknowledge the emerging objectives around the city's Glencairn and Marley study. I just note, while I have a couple of minutes still, the other variances for the 217 and 219 sites are specifically regarding and maybe if staff could pull up the 217 presentation, I'll just spend 90 seconds on that and then I'll be done. Thank you for accommodating me here. I greatly appreciate it. There's a lot to just cover, even though they're all fundamentally similar buildings. Next, if you can scroll down to the list of variances, please. Thank you. Same preamble. Next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. Yes, so the next slide. So 6, in this case, an apartment's permitted, but we have some variances for front yard setback and side yard setbacks. As you can see, these buildings have been positioned to reflect the prevailing front yard setback across the neighborhood. You can see with that line there. And the side yard setbacks also reflect the prevailing side yard setbacks, which are all around 0.9 meters. We're providing 1 meter. And then there are variances for the garden suite as well. The garden suite, as I mentioned, has been designed to the standards of bylaw 569/2013. Were this in the new bylaw, those would not require any variances at all. They've also been cited to minimize impact to trees, to allow for the planting of additional trees, and to accommodate landscaping. I know I'm out of time here. I also just want to say we've worked with staff, we've worked with planning staff, forestry staff, we've had back and forth with transportation staff as well. I note there's no objections from staff. I also note there's no letters of concern or opposition on the file as well. And in my view, the requested variances for each one of these applications meet the 4 tests and constitute good planning. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for that. And in under 15 minutes, so I think we gave you about just over like 12 minutes. So that's great. So let's ask committee members if if they have anything else to add.
Madam Chair, it's Simon.
Yes.
Madam Chair, I'm in the hands of committee and the chair. I was wondering, because these 3 applications are side by side, do you prefer the agent to present all 3? Would you like him to continue with the other ones? Or do you want to take them one at a time?
That's what he was doing. Wasn't he presenting on all 3?
I don't think so.
Yes, through you, Madam Chair. I did talk about the variances for each one of the sites. I spent a bit more time on 215 as that covers the broader kind of context and the nature of the proposal, as they're all very similar. But I note that 217 and 219 have some different variances for the North York bylaw, which I did discuss at the end of my presentation. So I mean, I can provide additional discussion on those points, but I just wanted to be cognizant of time and the speakers' attendance here in the afternoon and be respectful of their time as well.
Right. Well, is there anything else you'd like to add before I ask committee to ask any questions?
Let me just have a quick look here. The majority of the points that I made around the some of the variances for the apartment building, whether it was the gross floor area requirement, there's a similar rationale for the FSI requirement in the new bylaw, wherein this is a major transit station area. It's an area where the city's policies contemplate 4-story apartment buildings and 6-story apartment buildings in neighborhoods within 200 meters of transit, and that the form and scale of buildings that are permitted on site, being 3-story type low-rise buildings, is generally reflected here. We're trying to use the site as efficiently as possible to provide green space and a number of new rental housing units, majority of which are 2 bedrooms. I'll leave it there. If there's any questions of clarification, I'm happy to.
Yeah, for sure, and we can revisit that as well. Committee members, do you have any questions right now before we take this to other speakers? Yes, Member Mazziari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And through you, you mentioned that it's within the MTSA area. So do you have any evaluation of what would happen to the variances if the policy applied? Like what would be your variances?
Certainly, through you, Madam Chair. It's a good question. I have some sense of what the variances would look like. I know I would no longer be seeking variances for use, not for FSI, not likely for coverage or GFA, and the setbacks would look different. We would still endeavor to meet the landscape requirements because I think that's important. And the building height would also change. The question I have, and it's sort of an ongoing one, is the implementing zoning in major transit station areas, which is being developed right now by city staff. That's a question. That hasn't been released publicly, so I don't know exactly what all those standards say. And the Glen Karen Marley study is being undertaken specifically because of the nature of this area as one of the PMTSAs, which has certain opportunities around land use. So that study is taking a closer look. And I mean, if this becomes an apartment neighborhood designation with heights of 25 to 35 meters, which is the current option being considered by city planning staff, then I would expect the variances would be far fewer, if any, for an apartment building on these sites.
And I'm curious, would you be able to have like 3 separate apartment buildings, or you had to combine the 3 lots into 1 lot and then build 1 apartment building? Do you know that?
Since the zoning would apply to the individual lots, provided we didn't consolidate the lots, we would be permitted to have an individual building on each one of the lots. There's nothing in the bylaw that would require the consolidation.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Great. Any other questions? Okay, if not, then let's move on to the speakers who are here today to speak to the application.
Thank you.
I'm noting that we've got someone named Constantino Semionopoulos, if I'm saying that correct, Semionopoulos.
Madam Chair, if I may, I believe we have members of the public to speak to this in the chambers, correct?
Okay. Can maybe perhaps you call them out for me, because I'm not sure who's online and who's in person.
Right, we'll ask them to move to the podium and identify themselves.
Okay. So if you can state your name and address for the record, please.
Yeah, for sure. My name's Luke Moore. We live at 223B Glen Park Avenue. We live in the townhomes that were referenced just west to the 3 properties. We've been living there since 2011.
Okay, that's you and Pavla Reznicek, right?
That's correct, yeah. and our
Okay, so
kids.
there's only going to be one of you that will speak, or unless you want to share the 5-minute time.
No. I don't even know if she's tuning in. She was
Okay.
thinking about plugging in on the video, but no, I'm the only one speaking.
Okay, no problem. Go ahead.
Okay, so firstly, I would like to give credit to the builder group who are designing properties that better match the character and the scale of the area. So thanks for that. We have two main concerns. Parking is like the big concern. Congestion's the other one, but it's really about parking. So we live there, we know what it's like. Parking is extremely challenging on Glen Park Avenue. Due to the existing bylaws, there's no allowable permit parking. We have tried to obtain that, haven't been successful. These three plans we think are going to significantly exacerbate this situation. So reading through the documents, it looks like 217 and 219 have no residential parking. It's kind of unclear about 215, but I think in the speaker, something referenced about 2. It seems that there's no visitor parking at all. So we're talking about dropping like 27 units into the street here that was originally housing 3 houses. So there, to be clear here, there's no parking anywhere in this area during the weekday or during winter nights. I can't overstate how problematic that is for anyone who lives like on this street without a driveway. So there are houses with driveways, no problem for them. We don't have a driveway. What else can I say? I would like, if it's possible, if we work together in some way to seek permit parking on this street. Like permit parking would certainly not solve an issue of 27 units, but could take a bit of the pressure off. In closing, I feel congestion is inevitable in the area with all the building, but parking issues don't need to be. We're really opposed to this notion of having 27 new units with absolutely no parking. Other than that, the building looks great. Thanks.
Okay, committee members, do you have any questions? Okay, yeah, Member Mazzieri, go ahead.
So you mentioned you live in the townhouses. You have a rear lane that access to your parking, correct?
Yeah, we have there's small garage for each of the units, so that's correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, most of the families, there's multiple kids, multiple cars.
And each townhouse is like 3-story townhouse.
That's correct.
It's not stacked townhouse. Each one.
No, it's 3 stories. It's one.
Right,
yeah,
thanks.
with one small, garage.
Any other questions? Okay, and I do note that I don't think that there was any sort of parking concerns, transportation concerns that were noted with this file, but we'll defer to the agent to speak to this. Thank you very much, and let's move on then to the next speaker. If you could come up and state your name and address for the records.
Madam Chair, I don't believe there's anyone else in person to speak to this, so we're going to go to Adam Kleinberg.
Okay, not a problem. Mr. Kleinberg, if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hi there, can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for allowing me a chance to speak. My name is Adam Kleinberg and I live at 221A, which is also in the row of 7 townhouses that would be on the east side. So that's furthest away from Marley. And we share basically a small, very narrow space between our house and the edge of the townhouse complex, which is right next door to 219. And I think I definitely can speak for my family and also many of the other townhouse owners and tenants that the parking is definitely a point of anxiety for all of us, and really just the sheer number of people that this complex could introduce into the small space where probably about 6 or 8 people were living before. We could now have upwards of multiple families and so on and so forth. So that's definitely a point of emphasis and concern. From our perspective, being on the end, we have a very, very narrow space that exists between the townhouse complex and the bungalow next door. There's already been some drilling at the front lawn. We use that space actually with our children to go from the back laneway to the front of the house. It's very, small, narrow area, and just have concerns about that encroaching on our property, as I think the lines are quite tight. And so would love some clarity on what that might look like. And also just making sure that we still have the space to access that back and forth moving forward. And also maybe if the agent could speak to some of the thoughts about construction and how that might impact us, or maybe timelines for proposed construction as well.
Okay, thank you so much for your input. Any questions, committee members? Okay, thank you. If not, let's move on to the next speaker.
Okay, a bit of housekeeping here, Madam Chair. Staff have reached out to Fred Rosati. We were unsuccessful. We have tried to reach out to Pavla Reznicek. We were unsuccessful. The resident of 205.
Pavla was actually timed with Luke Moore because they live in the same one. So he said he would speak to it.
Okay, perfect.
So, yeah.
Great. And then the resident of 205 Glen Park Ave, Constantino, has confirmed that they do not wish to speak to this.
Okay, great.
So,
and we've tried Fred Rosati a few times, right?
Correct. So we're going to move to Jason Chan.
Okay. Go ahead. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have the exact same concerns as Adam and Luke.
If you could state your name and address just for the record, please.
Okay, it's Jason Chan at 221B Glen Park Avenue.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
Okay, so I have the exact same concerns as Luke and Adam, but I have nothing to add to that.
Okay. All right. Appreciate your input. And any questions for the speaker, committee members? There being none. Mr. Clapp, is there anyone else left out, or?
I believe that is it, Madam Chair.
All right, that's great. So I'll invite the agent to come back on. And the agent is Mr. Ewens. If you've heard everything that everyone has said, if you could summarize and let us know, how you intend to rebut, that would be great.
Certainly, Madam Chair, and thanks to everybody who came out and spoke today. The two main issues that I heard come up are regarding parking and the construction and concerns around that. Regarding parking, just a couple things I'll say, further to the question earlier about the PMTSA requirements, Bill 185 from 2024 amended the Planning Act so that municipalities are actually unable to require any parking at all within major transit and protected major transit station areas. So bylaw provisions to require parking are of no effect. And so at such time as those, the Glen Cairn Marley study is completed, the city would then interpret the bylaw regardless of whatever parking standards remain, so as those are not applicable. So in the near future, this variance would not be a variance that's required for any of the sites regarding parking. That said, though, we did have some conversations with transportation staff about parking and the opportunity to see if there was adding parking to the front. And ultimately, we elected to not do that, to maintain more softscape and to make sure we're retaining the trees on both 214 and 217. And we then provided a memo on the parking provision on the site from LEA Consulting, Lee Consulting, and the concerns of transportation staff were resolved in that regard. But I can tell you, if we did put the parking at the front, not only would it remove softscape and trees, but the 30 meters or so of frontage would remove 5 or 6 street parking spaces that aren't available all day, but are available on weekends and during off hours. And so it would effectively be taking 6 spaces which are available on a, part-time basis to everybody in the community and then putting those spaces for the exclusive use of residents of the building. And I didn't feel that was a reasonable trade-off, considering the landscape changes that we would have to make as well. Regarding the parking, I talked to my clients here. The builder is sitting over there, and to the speaker who's here in the room, I mean, he's happy to chat about the construction considerations and any other issues you might have about. We appreciate your comments on the built form, by the way. We tried to approach that in a deliberate way to fit the form of the community. But regarding parking, I mean, we'd be happy to write a letter to the local councillor to request on-street parking. This is something that could be considered through the study going on too with city planning staff. And then finally, regarding construction, again, the owner is here. They've confirmed they don't require access to any other site to construct these buildings. Nothing will be encroaching onto other properties, and they're happy to provide their contact information to discuss any construction activities should the committee approve the applications today. They would be happy to discuss construction management matters with the adjacent community. I note that my client did drop flyers off a few months back when we were submitting these applications, and with his contact information, and he had a few conversations with people in the area, but happy to have more. And otherwise, I appreciate the comments, and happy to answer any further questions. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you so much for that. Committee members, do you have any questions of the agent here today? Okay. Should there be none and we've got no other speakers, then let's take this into committee.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And, you know, anyone wants to start off any sort of discussion or considerations before a motion? I mean, I could start off by at least saying that, oh, sorry, let me just
Go ahead.
stop. No,
I'll go after you. Go ahead.
Okay, no problem. I just think that, you know, there was I sensed from reviewing and going through all of this application and the responses and the presentation by the agent that, you know, there was a lot of sensitivity to the neighborhood and sort of to, you know, going at great lengths to sort of meet that character of the neighborhood. Looking at sort of the 4 tests, I felt that they went through a lot of meaningful ways to, you know, to meet that in terms of meeting with staff, et cetera, and being a lot more transparent. I felt that this is one of those nicer done projects that, you know, really looked at what that would mean for the community. So that's just the sense that I had, and I didn't feel that there was a feeling of any other concerns. And the only biggest one was around you know, parking, and transport has no, you know, has lifted any type of deferral concerns that they may have had. You know, and I think that's a nice alternative to go to the councillor and ask for street parking if needed. But that's my initial thoughts.
I'll share with you my thoughts.
Sure.
You know, we have this project well presented by the agent, and we have some concerns around parking from the neighbors, and I'm happy that the parking has been addressed and the issues with parking based on what's going to happen with city council and whatnot. That's not before us right now, but I'm happy that that has been addressed, and I would support this application.
Anything else?
I think I am also I agreed with my colleagues. I think this is a good site for this type of intensification. It's within proximity of the major transit station. I think this is the right place for this type of project. I would probably like it more if the 3 lots could be combined and make one complex, but it's the policy is not applied yet. So I think to me is a supportable application, and since the transportation has no objection, I don't see any concern with the parking issue.
Great. So then can I entertain a motion from either of you? And when we do the motion, it would be I would say all three together like we did for the last one. It's the 215, 217, and 219. And where forestry applies, you can probably state it for the actual, you know, which actual application and what condition. If you need help with that, I have the wording here as well.
So I'm just going through all of them, which there's forestry on 18.
Yeah, so that's
And-
217 Glen Park Avenue, and that's forestry condition number 3.
Right,
And then
Okay.
219 Glen Park Avenue is forestry condition number 1.
yes. Number 2, okay. I make a motion to approve the application, support the project going on, and I would tie it back to the, for all three lots, that 215, 217, and 219 Glen Park Avenue, 218 with urban forestry condition number 2.
You mean 217? 217.
Sorry, 217, sorry.
Yes.
Number 2, and for number 219.
Actually, 217 is condition number 3.
Sorry.
That's okay,
Sorry,
I'm
condition
confusing
number
you.
3, and 219 with urban forestry condition number 1.
Perfect. Okay. Unless we're leaving anything else out, is that a second from
Yes, I am.
Member
Yeah, I
Mazziari?
second.
Okay. Member Mazziari seconding that motion, and all in favor? Okay, unanimously approved with those conditions. Your application has been approved. Thank you. Okay, let's move on now then to application number
20. We're on application number
20.
20, Madam Chair. 28 Bob White Crescent.
That's great. Thank you so much, Deputy Lamb. And so this is 28 Bob White Crescent to conduct a new dwelling. And there are 2 variances on here. And no other forestry or any other, I'm just looking to make sure. I do see there's an arborist report, a natural features report, TRCA report. And let's get the agent out. The agent for this application is Daniel Vinsani. Is Daniel Vinsani there?
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, good afternoon. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Sure. My name is Daniel Vinciani. I'm the agent representing the owners of 28 BOBWHITE Crescent, and my address is 3 Halberdier Place, Toronto, Ontario, M9B 2H4.
Okay, now there are a couple of residents that are noted here to speak on this application. So if you could provide us with a brief presentation, that would help to the merits of your application.
Sure, of course. Sure. So the proposal consists of a new 2-story detached dwelling with integral garage, a rear wood deck, a second floor balcony. I think this application is very straightforward and has zoning variances which are technical only in respect to the TRCA requirements. It's worth noting that there are no variances with respect to height, coverage, side yard setbacks, etc. I have worked with TRCA staff for the last 6 months extensively, addressing and satisfying all their concerns with respect to the limits of erosion hazard, and which has resulted on the approval of a TRCA permit. I think this application meets the 4 tests and respectfully ask committee to approve this application.
Okay, thank you so much. Committee members, do we have anyone wishing to ask a question? If not, then I think we can move on to the next speaker. I think it's a Dan Hong Gio.
Madam Chair, we have some speakers in the chambers live. So why don't we go to them
Yes.
first?
Sure, absolutely, Deputy Lamb. If the first person could come up to the mic and state your name and address for the record, please.
They're making their way down, Madam Chair.
Sure, no worries. There you are. If you could turn the mic on. There you go.
Good afternoon, members of the Chamber of Committee and of Adjustment, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yan Chen, and I live at 30 BOBWHITE Crescent, the immediate neighbor to 28 Bob Crescent. I'm here not to oppose redevelopment, but I wanted to ensure that appropriate engineering safeguards are in place to protect neighboring properties during construction. The rear of both of our properties back onto a ravine or bank area, and my property includes an existing retaining wall near the rail slope, which could be sensitive to soil movement or changes in ground conditions. The proposed project involves demolition, excavation, swimming pool removal, and new basement construction, all of which have the potential to affect soil stability and drainage. Slope instability in ravine area is a real concern in Toronto. For example, in 2017, there was a significant slope failure behind homes on Rose Park Crescent, which requires major stabilization work under the oversight of a TRCA. This event illustrates how excavation without proper safeguards can pose serious risks to neighboring properties. Also, Toronto receives significant snow and rainfall, and renovations on a house with a backyard and pool near river could substantially affect how snow melt and rainwater infiltrate the ground. These factors, combined with the proximity to ravine, make the requested precaution necessary. So I have this request. If the applicant is approved, the committee require a geotechnical investigation, engineer designed shoring for excavation, a pro-construction condition survey of neighboring properties, and monitoring during construction. So I believe these are standard precautions in sensitive soil areas, which will help ensure neighboring homes are protected while also serving the applicant's best interests. Because in the future coming years, both the applicants and their neighbors will not worry about any damage to their backyard. So I also have if the applicant can purchase the build insurance. So that's all I concern. Thank you for your time and consideration.
All right, thank you so much. Committee members, do you have any questions for this speaker? Okay, there being none, perhaps the second speaker can come up to the podium and state your name and address, please.
Hello, committee. My name is Dan Hongguo. I'm the owner of 26 BOBWHITE Crescent, so next to 28 BOBWHITE Crescent. I have the same concern with 30 BOBWHITE Crescent, like our backyard and 28 BOBWHITE's backyard, they are together. The rear of our property is back into a ravine, a bank. Our house is much higher than the opposite house. The backyard was a big scope, and the former owner built a high retaining wall. And I'm just afraid that the construction will make the retaining wall got damaged, and also my underground foundation. So I'm just asking the committee to do the professional engineer ceilings or shoring design for before they do anything like to build the house. And also, I think geotechnical assessment of the bank stability and the construction need to be done and need to be monitored during the whole construction. Yeah.
Okay,
That's
thank
all.
you so much. Committee members, do you have any questions? Okay, there being none, Mr. Clapp, I think that takes care of all that's on our list. Is there anyone else that I'm missing?
I don't believe so. I think that's it, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you so much. We can bring Agent Vincani back out. You've heard a couple of speakers there with their concerns, and if you could address their concerns, please.
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'd like to point out that all their concerns with regards to geotechnical engineering were addressed during my meetings with TRCA staff. So everything that was done through engineering was deemed satisfactory, and TRCA gave us an approval. If you can please pull up the site plan on the screen. So the proposed footprint of the house will be about 1.14 meters more than the existing house. And during my site visits at the property and my meetings with TRCA, I did point out to them that our property in relation to the two neighbors seems like the smaller property. And I always wondered why this was the case, because they had concerns about the geotechnical. But then when I looked at both of the neighbors' properties, so their concerns that they're actually bringing up right now, in both of their backyards, there is accessory buildings and concrete patio stone all the way up to the retaining wall. So if we have to be concerned about the retaining wall at the back, I think the neighbors should look at their properties first before pointing the finger to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Committee members, do you have any questions? Okay, there being no other speakers and no other questions, let's then take this matter into committee considerations, comments, motion. Yeah, Member Mazziari.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can start. I am happy that the applicant works with TRCA, and there are two variances that is directly related to TRCA. To me, I don't have any concern with the application. And in terms of, in regard with the neighbor's concern about the soil stabilization and also retaining soil, this is not within the committee approval. Is actually that the applicant has to go through building permit application, and in building permit they will require very detailed engineering, and if the soil is like not strong enough, they will ask for geotechnical reports. So this will be addressed in the next stage, but to me, I think the two variances are minor. It meets the 4 tests, and I support this application.
Okay. Any other comments? If not, can we get a motion then?
Of course, yes. I motion to approve this application, and I don't see any condition.
Okay. Can I get a seconder for that? Seconded by Member Klein. All those in favor? Okay. Your application has been unanimously approved. Thank you. Okay. If there are no breaks that anyone needs, I'll just keep going, but please let me know. Let's move on to item number 21. Okay, and item number 21 is, sorry, I'm just pulling it up here, and that is 267 Bogert Avenue. And this is an application to construct a new detached dwelling with a rear deck. There's 6 variances that are noted on the file. I had sensed that I wrote down that there were late other submissions, but I just want to double check with the Deputy Lamb if there were any other late submissions that were submitted for this one, or am I incorrect with
There's
that?
a late planning report, Madam Chair, that we can put up.
Okay, that's great. So a late planning report requesting, now this is St. Patricia Avenue. This is not 267 Bogert.
It is. The staff report you see up
Sorry.
for you is 267 Bogert. Just leave it with the address up top, please. Stop. Right there. Thank you. So you can see
Sorry,
the address
I'm
and the recommendation.
I'm sorry. I was looking at another page pulling in between 2 different areas. So thank you so much. So that's a March 4th report. And the community planning is requesting that this be refused. Okay, so perhaps we could get the agent out. Sorry, and the agent's name is Gabe Ferrone. Mr. Ferrone, are you there?
Madam Chair, we think there's another agent. We think, I'm going to ask staff if they can unmute Sal Creamy.
Good afternoon through you, Madam Chair. Sal Creamy, address 2572 Eglinton Avenue West. And for the record, I did register in advance to speak to this application.
Okay, not a problem. Thank you so much for that. We did have another speaker on here, but they look like they were the agents,
Correct.
Jin and Jin Biao. So I think that there's no one else to speak to this application. But because the staff report has indicated a refusal, can you provide us with a brief presentation to the merits of your case, specifically addressing why the staff report may have, made that sort of recommendation?
It's catching me completely by surprise and honestly a little bit unprofessional, such a report being submitted so late. I checked the AIC as of yesterday, so this must have came in and not got uploaded to AIC too, so I'm getting a little bit caught off guard with it. But my initial intake of this application in a professional merit did not deem it erroneous or excessive whatsoever. I did conduct research over the past 10 years of decisions as well to further cement that opinion, and I found that everything is in line with what has been previously approved, as well as I took a trip down the street of Bogert and did notice that there are a number of new builds along Bogert that do match the character of what's proposed for 267. Height is in line with what we're seeing towards modern trends of new construction for single detached family dwellings. It is desirable to have taller floors, and as such it does slightly push up the roof envelope. If you noticed on the elevations for the plan, a chateau style roof has been introduced on the plans to try and lower the pitch, to not have it be as aggressive to the existing street face. And it should be noted that upon intake, I did survey the variance that was noted for the accessory platform, and that's going to be variance number 5. And as such, in the records, you will see that the zoning examiner did note that that variance did not apply to this application. So variance number 5, which pertains to the rear platform, will be deleted.
Okay, so you're making revisions where variance number 5 is eliminated. Are there any other changes that you are making to?
No other changes.
So you're feeling by making this change, you are adequately addressing the staff report?
Well, as kind of I said, the staff report was not uploaded to AIC and came in late. So
Okay.
the change was done before we even knew about this planning report, and research that I conducted showed that the application does fit with what has been previously approved along the street, as well as what is currently in place.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that. We don't have, I don't think anyone else to speak to this application, and I'll just check in with Mr. Clapp if that's correct.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
All right, so with that then, are there any other questions from committee members to the agent? There being no questions, let's take that into committee now. This application, if anyone wants to make a comment, a motion, questions that you may have. Okay, Member Maziari, go ahead.
Through you, Madam Chair. I just want to know what you think about variance number 3, because staff, I am not quite agreed with the staff in regard with variance 1, 2, and also 4. I think those are acceptable, but variance number 3, I kind of agree with the staff because the deck is actually off the second floor. I know the basement is considered as first floor, but when we go to the back, basement is almost at grade, and this deck is on second floor. So I personally can't support variance number 3, but I'm curious to see what you think.
Well, I did have the same concern. I did note that variance number 5, he eliminated, but that's quite a lot. And I don't know if you want us to take it out of committee in order to ask him to respond.
Sure.
Okay, let's take this out of committee and we'll ask the agent to sort of come back online and explain to us a bit more about how this variance number 3 deems minor, and if he also wants to go into a little bit more of an explanation of variance number 2 as well, just the arrival at the 3 stories versus 2, that would also help us.
So through you, Madam Chair, the property does slope, and we'll address variance number 3 pertaining to the deck. The property does slope from front to rear, which does create the walkout effect of the basement. So it is a site condition of the elevation of where that deck is at. If you're looking at the rear elevation solely, it will look like that deck is at the second story, but we do know that that deck in fact is at the first story, and it's because of the sloping features of the property. 18 square meters in modern day context, both within this immediate area and within the city, is on par with what a usable space would be for because of the situation of the property where it does slope. That rear deck is essentially the only outdoor space for the first floor at the rear of the home where their entertaining space would be. I think if we outside, originally I did not see a main concern with it because of the features of the property. I think one thing we can think about though, what would be a nuisance to neighbors for that deck would be privacy screening. Maybe there's on-look issues. Nobody did submit any concerns for this, as well as us speaking to immediate neighbors. Nobody had immediate concerns with it, but we do have to look into the future for prospective future owners. And I think maybe we can look at privacy screening to be introduced on the sides. So that would be the east and west side of the rear deck. And I think that could help to alleviate it. But again, the area of that deck is in line with what would be, I don't want to say minimum, because that's it's based on opinion, but I think we have to look at what 18 square meters would result in, which is not an overbuild by any means, but purely providing a reasonable area for outdoor enjoyment because of the native features of the property.
Okay, thank you for that explanation.
And I think Sorry to cut you off, Madam Chair, but I think you also wanted to hear about that explanation of the 3 stories. And it again relates to the native features of the property sloping, having such a dramatic slope,
Yeah,
because you
you
have
did
to
go
take,
into explaining that a bit, which was to me acceptable. I understand that.
yeah, you have to calculate the established grade, and it's an average of all sides of the building. And as such, when you factor in the rear and front together, it ends up showing up as a 3-story home because that basement being at grade at the rear. So it in fact is a 2-story home. You can see that from the front elevations. So from the front of BOGERT, looking down the facade, this will look uniform in nature.
Okay.
It's not going to look erroneous. It's only at 10, just over 10 meters, which we're seeing as an average for modern new builds. And that's also what I found in line with research and what you will see with a short walk and down BOGERT. This isn't an overbuild. That's why the staff report is really catching me by surprise, because I feel like if
Can
there
we
was
put up
such,
the staff report again, just for everyone's reference and sort of not only what they're asking, but their explanations for their recommendation? I don't seem to have that full one in my report, so I'd like to take a look at the staff report. Right. So they're saying that the application be refused, and in terms of the comments, if we could just go down to the comments area, just to get a little bit more. We talked about the number of stories as well. Text. Seeking relief for the 2nd-story rear platform of 18.77 meters, whereas 4 square meters is permitted. To limit negative impacts of privacy and overlook. Okay. And there's no one here to speak to this application at the moment, but I'm considering your proposal to put, privacy barriers on each side. I don't know, but maybe what we'll do is, if there's no other comments from you, we could take this back into committee. Any other comments or any other questions from committee members to the agent? Okay. If not, then let's get back into committee. Member Mazziari, you've heard some of his explanations. That sort of, goes right to the heart of what the staff report entails. Do you think that it would lessen the impact should he put privacy barriers, because they're getting to the heart of privacy?
I know. So I still have concern with the area of the deck, but I think that there could be many ways to mitigate that, privacy, and it can be like a smaller deck, a smaller raised deck, and then step down to another deck. So we don't say to eliminate the whole deck. So the bylaw is there because of the overlook, but it's a relief that the neighbors are not objecting, and including a privacy screen when you have like a second floor, almost a second floor deck. I think it's creating more mass. I would be cautious to include that, but as I said, if since there's no neighbors objection on the both sides of the property, so I can accept it. It's not a huge deck. I don't know what my colleagues think about that.
I will give you some comments. I am looking at what's before me, and I agree with my colleague that it is a bit larger. There's no objection to it. So it's a little bit of a struggle, I must admit.
Okay.
No other comment from me.
I'm of the mind of still putting up privacy barriers if that's the case, because as the neighborhood changes, as things change and owners change, that might be something that they might be concerned about. And I'm not sure who is to the back of that for that overlook as well. But no one's here representing. It doesn't mean that they may not have concerns, but you know, there's ample opportunity to come up and state what your concerns might be. So anyone cares to venture a motion? No matter what it is, I mean,
I am
put it
open
out
actually
there.
to the privacy screen if you think it helps. So I can try a motion.
Okay, sure. Go ahead.
So I motion to approve this application, and I would include a privacy screen 6 feet above a deck level on both sides.
Right. So, and also
Sorry,
variance
as
number
amended.
5.
So yeah, variance number 5 to be eliminated.
Right. Okay, so that's good. And I'm just checking with Deputy Lamb that our wording for the privacy barrier was exactly what would be necessary for the intent of what we're trying to accomplish.
I think so. I believe the member mentioned that the distance is measured from the floor of the rear deck on both sides.
6 feet.
Yeah.
Okay, on both sides. Okay, thank you so much. So we've got a motion on the floor to approve this application as amended with the privacy barriers applied as indicated by Member Mazziari. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded by Member Klein. All in favor? Okay, your application has been amended with those revisions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
It's approved with those amendments. Thank you. All right. Everybody's okay. Just please let me know if a break is needed. Just butt in, okay? Otherwise, we'll move on to item number 22. Item number 22 is number 9 Fairhome Avenue. And this is to alter the existing detached dwelling by constructing a new rear deck. There are 5 variances noted on here. I don't have any other, reports that are coming in. And if I'm incorrect, I'll ask staff to correct me. However, I don't see any other reports. And as well, in terms of the person speaking, there's no one else to speak to this application. There's just the owner of the property and the agent, Alexei Sitenko. Alexei Sitenko, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
My name is Alexei Sitenko. I'm at address 71 Avenue Road in Richmond Hill, Ontario, L4C9N6.
Okay, great. I'm going to ask committee members, do you require a presentation on this application? Okay, there being none, I'll ask the agent, Mr. Sitenko, is there anything else you'd like to let committee members know, or if there's been any modifications to your application or anything that you'd like to share before we take this into committee?
The only correction I have to state that the deck is as constructed, and basically it is an existing deck that was constructed by the previous owner without the permit, and the current owner is dealing with the aftermath of that. Current owner did his due diligence when purchasing the house in 2024, checked if there was any outstanding building permits, any issues. There was none. So he moved ahead with purchasing the property. And then in the summer of 2025, it was identified that the previous building permit issued for the property was never properly closed by the previous owner. And that's how we basically trying to document the existing as constructed conditions following all the steps required.
Right. Thank you so much for that. Committee members, do you have any other questions? Okay, if not, let's take this into committee then. Comments, considerations, motion.
Through you, Madam Chair, I think that this Deck is unusually large, but it
If maybe I could ask you to speak into the mic because I can't hear it. Maybe you'll pull the mic up. Yeah.
it's unusually large and it's already been built. I mean, I think I've lost my train of thought, but
that's okay.
Yeah, I just give me a second. Let me come back to me.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, it is quite large. I'm not sure what to say if it's already been sort of existing. You know, that someone sort of inherited this. However, I don't see anything else listed and no one else here to speak to it with any kind of sort of concern. So it's just making it legal now.
Right.
Any comments maybe from Mr. Member Mazziari?
I don't have as much concern with this. As you mentioned, there's no planning comment, there's no objection by the neighbors, and the deck is not that much raised, so it's I don't know how far it's from the grade, but I personally think it's a supportable application, so I don't have any concern.
Okay, great. Member Klein, do you want to add
Yeah.
anything further or perhaps venture a motion?
Yeah, I'll enter a motion. As I was saying, it's already built. It's quite large. It's unfortunate that this owner has inherited this issue. However, I would support approval of the application.
Okay.
Make a motion
So
to do
motion
so.
from
Yeah.
Member Klein
I
to
second
approve this application as is. It's seconded by Member Mazziari. All those in favor? Okay, your item has been unanimously approved. Thank you so much. Let's
you.
now move on, everyone, to item number 23. Item number 23 is 54 AVONWICK Gate. And this is to alter an existing two-story detached dwelling by constructing a second-story addition. There is just one variance related to the side yard setback. And in terms of looking at you know, what's on file, there seems to be some letters of support as well as one letter of objection as well. So let's get the agent out. I am not seeing anyone else here to speak to this application. It's just Dana Melnick.
Yes. Hi.
Okay.
I'm
Dana,
online. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you well. Just state your name and address for our records, please.
Sure. My name is Dana Melnick, 54 AVONWICK Gate, North York, M3A to M6. So I thought originally that this was a pretty straightforward, very small application. The house is already a two-story house, and the garage and the family room that lie right behind are still one story. So essentially, it's kind of like a half a story on one side and 2 stories on another side, right? The garage itself, where we're planning to build the second-story addition, is 4 feet from the property line. But as I understand, the second story itself cannot also be at the same 4 feet from the property line. It needs to be 6 feet from the property line. So essentially, we're just asking for that small variance because otherwise it would be complicated from a structural standpoint because the second floor wall would not be sitting on the existing main floor garage and family room wall, right?
Right.
So yeah, so essentially that's what it is. It's a small addition just on the, as you're looking at the screen right now, it's the bottom where it says proposed new addition, where you see the 4 feet distance to the property line.
Okay.
And right there, right now on the main floor is the family room and the garage.
Right. And I note that there was a couple letters of support, but the one letter of
Oh, yes, I
objection.
checked. Yes, of course. I checked with
Yeah.
my immediate neighbor because it's affecting her in the sense where she's the closest one. And she's been great. She said, you know what, this is a great idea. Like the reason mainly is to get more sunlight into the house because right now there's no windows on that south side. So with this second floor, it would bring in a little bit more sunlight from the south side. And yeah, my neighbor Mary has been great about it.
Okay, that's really great to note. Thank you for that. And that's actually meaningful for the application too, because that's the side that's really impacted as well.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, correct.
That
Yeah.
being said then, committee members, do you have any questions of the agent? And there being none, then let's take this now into committee because there's no one else to speak to this application. Can I get a motion? Okay, Member Klein, go ahead.
This is a pretty straightforward application, and I support approval of it, so I will bring a motion to approve the application.
Okay, motion from Member Klein to approve the application, seconded by Member Mazziari. All those in favor? And that application has been approved unanimously. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the second to last item of the day, and that is item number 24, which is 222 McKee Avenue. And this is to alter the existing detached dwelling by constructing a new rear deck and sunroom. There are just two variances on here, one to do with lot coverage and one to do with the building length. I am just double checking that I don't see, and I will just check with Deputy Lamb. I don't see any other sort of late staff reports or any other reports that may have come in late.
Madam Chair, there is in fact a late staff report that is up on the
Okay.
screen right now.
All right, that's great. Let me take a look. So it's dated March 4th, and it's saying that there are conditions with respect to the setbacks of the dwelling being developed substantially in accordance with the plot plan, and that the rear addition shall not be insulated, heated, and hermetically sealed. Okay?
Madam Chair,
All right, so that's
they're recommending refusal of the application.
Refusal. However, should we do that, these conditions be attached? Okay, and so let's take a look a bit of the comments for why they're recommending refusal before we bring the agent out. So the length is greater than what's permitted for the neighborhood. Nature of the sunroom and deck does not include panels, so they were just worried about the enclosure of that, given the intents of the zoning bylaw on the lot coverage and the building length. Okay, I got it. Thank you so much for sharing that. I'm seeing that there is a Rosalvo Nobrega. No one else on this file to speak. This is just the agent. Can the agent come out, please, and state your name and address for the records?
Hi, good afternoon, members. So my name is Rosalvo Nóbrega. My address is 1039 Leisure Way, Milton. I'm the applicant for 222 McKee Avenue.
Okay, so you've now seen the late staff report that has come in. I note that there is nothing much else on the file except for that late staff report that came in recommending refusal. You know, they're saying, you know, have you had a chance to read that? You want us to put that up on screen again, just fully for you to see?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine for me. So I read this one. So regarding to the lot coverage, this house was constructed before 2013 zoning bylaw updated. So in that time, the house already has legally established lot coverage approximately 35%. So the increase for now is like 6.8 because the proposal for now is 40.8%, right?
Right.
Yeah, this is our concern about the lot coverage. But our deck and the roof that we're gonna build there is like a covered porch. So this aluminum and glass roof, and the walls is all the walls is a retractable and sliding glasses. Yeah, it's like that. So it's not it's unlivable space. It's unheated and not hermetically sealed walls.
So what's showing around here is what I see the roof of it, but that is not enclosed, you're saying?
Yeah, we can open all the doors, all the walls around, and the glass is 8 millimeters tempered glass.
Okay.
The room can be hot or cold, very cold in the winter time. It's not a four-season sunroom.
Okay, is there anything else you'd like to say with respect to your presentation before I turn it to committee to ask their questions?
No, not really.
All right. That being said, let's turn it over. Committee members, do you have any questions for the agent? Go ahead, Member Maziari.
Just a quick question. Did you have any discussion with your west immediate neighbor at 218 about this? Because I think the neighbor is being affected by that addition.
We didn't have any discussion with the neighbor, but I don't know if the customer talked with his neighbor. But at this time, we don't have any concern with neighbors.
It's not an obligation, but I don't see any concern with the neighbor. I'm just curious to understand if you had this discussion with the neighbor.
No, we didn't.
Okay. Any other questions from panel members?
No questions from me, thank you.
Okay, that being said, then there's no one else to speak to this application. Let's take this into committee. So if there's any sort of discussions or concerns, I mean, I could start by saying that, like, a photo tells 1,000 words, and even though there's no one here to talk to this, I see exactly what staff is talking about in their report. I'm not against approving it, subject to what the staff report says, because I think that will alleviate some of the concerns or fears we might have about this being, an additional space that's sort of enclosed, etc. Those are just my initial thoughts.
Madam
Anyone
Chair,
else? Yes, go ahead.
I'm in agreement with you to approve it in accordance with the staff report. I heard that it is not, it can be used hot or cold, and it's not a four-season sunroom, but tying it to these conditions, I would be okay with tying it to those conditions.
Right. Any other comments or?
Please make a motion. I'm fine.
Yes, then go ahead and make a motion.
Sorry, I just had to clear my throat.
No worries.
Yes, so I make a motion to approve this application and tie it to the conditions regarding the setbacks of the dwelling, and to have it not be insulated, heated, or hermetically sealed as stated in the staff report dated March 4th, 2026.
Great.
May I second that?
And seconded by Member Mazziari. All those in favor? This has been unanimously approved with those conditions. Thank you. Your application has been approved. Okay, let's staff members, let's move on to the final item for the day, and that is item number 25. Item number 25 is 99 Patricia Avenue. 99 Patricia Avenue is to construct a fourplex with a front porch and a two-story garden suite in the rear yard. This comes with about 12 variances. There's quite a number of folks to speak to this application today besides the agent. There's about 5 or more members of the public who are opposing this. Additionally, we do have a staff report of March 3rd, 2026 saying that several variances be refused. That's variance 3 and variance 6 regarding the height of the detached houseplex and the height of the main walls. And if we choose to approve it, we're recommending that we eliminate variances 1, 2, 4, 7, 9, 10, 11, and reduce variance 12 regarding the gross suite floor area to 130.11 square meters. So that's been noted. Let's then now bring out the agent for this, Christian Chan. Christian Chan, are you there?
Good evening, Madam Chair. It's Ian Flett. I'm taking the place of Mr. Chan for this presentation. Ian Flett,
Sure.
99 Yorkville Avenue, Suite 200.
Okay, and we'll give you 5 minutes because of so many folks wanting to speak to this and the very heavy staff report that's come down with all of those eliminations. You may begin.
Actually, Madam Chair, if I may, I would like to make some revisions to the application, and hopefully
sure,
that will
yes.
bring us very, very close to the mark with the staff report.
Okay, go ahead, and if you can let me know what the variance number is and what it's changing from to.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Working from the public notice, variance number 1, we would remove.
Okay,
Variance number 2, we would also remove. Those are consistent with what was requested from staff. Variance number 3, staff had asked that this variance be refused. We have struck what we believe to be our best compromise with staff and would reduce it from 11 to 10.78.
okay,
Variance 4, we would remove, consistent with the staff report. Variance 5 remains as is. Variance 6 is the other variance sought for refusal. Again, owing to that attempt at compromise, we would amend that to 8.78.
okay,
Turning to 7, we would remove. 8, we keep in place. 9, remove. 10, remove. 11, remove. 12, amend in accordance with what was requested by staff to 130.11 meters squared.
okay. So the revisions are that variances 1, 2, 4, 7, 9, 10, and 11 be removed. Variance number 3 goes down to 10.78 meters. Variance number 6, 8.78. And then variance number 12, 130.11 square meters. So almost in line with the staff report, except that variances 3 and 4 are not eliminated. It's just you've reduced sort of the height, the main wall height, as well as the height regarding the houseplex. Okay, so with that, let's then now begin with your presentation on this. It seems like it's a whole different application, but go ahead.
Well, hopefully it's an application with adequate improvements in accordance with what we received from staff and a very a good conversation to try to bring everyone together on the same page in respect of those two other variances. Madam Chair, members of the committee, you're aware that this is a corner lot. It's in an area that is well served by transit, close to Yonge Street, surrounded by parks and schools. The lot itself is a very significant lot. It's got a frontage of 15.24 meters, a depth of 40 meters, and a lot area of 612.9 meters squared. What's being proposed here is to replace the existing first one-story dwelling with a three-story fourplex and a garden suite. In our submission, in our respectful submission, this does meet the four tests. First, in respect of the intention and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Ultimately, when you look at the package of zoning bylaws applicable to the site, and also considering that there's bylaws specific for house multiplexes and for garden suites, you see that we are keeping a built form that is fully consistent and compatible with the surrounding area. One of the things that I'm going to be mentioning a couple of times as you look at this site is that we will be providing a 6-meter setback to the west lot line, so to 101 Patricia. So where there once was a lesser setback, there will be a significant setback in place there that in our submission significantly reduces many of the perceived impacts, but more importantly maintains that neighborhood built form relationship of homes to their lots. As this committee is well aware, there are a number of official plan amendments that encourage the construction of multiplexes and garden suites in residential areas. If you've had the chance to look at this area, you see that it's surrounded by schools, it is surrounded by parks. It is precisely the kind of area where this sort of development is intended to go. No trees are impacted by this application. The test, of course, that often brings most attention to the committee is whether or not the variances are minor. On a numeric basis, I would submit to you that these are indeed minor variances. First, in respect of height, the reduction to 10.78 is, I believe, a significant contributor to bringing this into that realm of minor. Further, there's articulation on that top floor to reduce the impact of that height at the front and the back. Again, the 6-meter setback to the only neighboring property with a home on it is a significant opportunity for this site and for the neighborhood. One of the impacts, or one of the reasons that the height is what it is to ensure that the basement level remains universally accessible. The basement level is accessible by a wheelchair lift. So that unit is a family-oriented unit available for someone with full universal accessibility needs. We would note that there are comparable heights that have been approved for single-family dwellings in this neighborhood. At 138 Patricia, 9.91 meters has been approved. At 56 Patricia, 9.49 meters have been approved for a single family. The flank condition is an opportunity and a constraint, and we're seeking a variance to allow for a driveway that is not on the flanking road. And by our estimation, by placing the driveway as far away from the intersection, it will perform as well as possible in respect of the space from the driveway to the intersection as compared to if it was on the flank, where in a neighborhood where many garages are internal to the homes, it's very likely the garage would find itself closer to the intersection than in this case. terms of the desirability of this application for this land. It's rare that you come across a lot with these dimensions, close to so many facilities, with parking available on the site in a built form that is 100%
I'll ask you to wrap up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's exactly where I was headed.
Okay.
I've lost my train of thought there. Perfectly compatible to the site. For those reasons, I would seek the committee's approval of this application. Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, committee members, any questions? Okay, there being none at this time, then let's move on to the folks that are here to speak to the application, whether online or in person. I see that there's someone in person, Wei Yan Woon. Is that the only person in the chamber? Because I
Madam
think
Chair,
the
there's
rest
actually a
would be
number of neighbors, I believe, in the chambers. I'm not sure how many will actually speak.
Okay, so whomever is speaking, if we could just say, you know, for purposes of this, that don't speak about what the other person speaks about, like bring up only new points, because any points that you make that repeat itself does not really substantially advance your application. So I'll just ask everyone to sort of make new points that the other neighbors have not. So let's start with you. What's your name, please? Your name and address?
So my name is Xuyan Wu. I'm living at 92 Connaught Avenue. We are back to back.
Great.
And but the letter we submitted to the city, and it's signed by 18 close neighbor in our neighborhood.
Right.
And so I'm the comments here is share the concerns, and many of us attended meeting today. And so first I would like to thank you for this opportunity for me to speak on this issue. We are here to respect a proposed application for a fourplex and a garden suite. Please remember, our neighborhood is a long-established neighborhood residential area. Many residents are seniors, and I'm living in the area 20 years, and many I know living more than 20, 30 years. And so the neighborhood properties most is one or two, so if the property is 30 years old, is 7-8 meters in height, while there are some new buildings is 10 meters maximum. Majority maintain modest scales, consistent setbacks, and open space. But this proposal permit presents significant changes. When you look at the plans, the height, the gentleman just said he changed from 11 meter to from 10.78. It's just, and also the main wall is also very high. So this is still significantly higher than the average building in the neighborhood. This will definitely block sunlight and create shadows impact our neighborhood yards. For example, my yard have vegetable gardens. We love it to plant vegetables. But in these high buildings and with garden suite, we are not able to do this anymore. And second, the scales they are building three stories for such a intensity, and it will create some, and also the setbacks modified a little bit, but I did not follow up completely, but still it's a very narrow setbacks, and so will not have enough safety, privacy, safety, fire safety for the neighbors. and also the noisy concerns for the neighbors. And I think many others will add my comments, but I also want to say that up to today, that the builders never contacted to our immediate neighbors for this scale intensification, and never consulted our neighbors because this is a very significant change. So I would like to note that is now left here. We left here is choice is really very small, and if they build it, many of us consider to move. And so with all these various are considered together, height, setback, lot coverage, and reduced landscaping, represents overdevelopment neighborhood. I respectfully ask the committee to carefully consider the impact on rights, privacy, safety, and the quality of our long-term residents' neighborhood here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, any questions for the speaker? All right, with that being said, if there's anyone else who would like to come up and speak, please don't raise the same points. And also, please note, limit your comments to the variances that actually still stand. Out of 12 variances, only 5 remain. Okay, and that is variance number 3, variance number 5, variance number 6, variance number 8, and variance number 12. So out of 12 variances, 5 remain. Okay, go ahead. If you could state your name and address.
My name is Mark Lowy,
Yes.
L-A-W-E-E, and I live at 115 Patricia Avenue.
Okay, thank you. And your comment, sir?
Public speaking is not generally what I like to do, but I'm going to try and hack my way through this.
You're doing well. Don't worry. We got you.
Okay. So there's a large group from our neighborhood here, and we didn't want to just keep repeating the same thing over and over. And I think this application has to be, it can't even be really taken seriously and looked at today because they've just shown up at committee with originally 12 variances, and then in front of the council, in front of the committee, they've chopped off 4 or 5 of them, so and made adjustments to some of them, and I'm not even clear to date if these are minor or major variances. So I think this application can't even be dealt with properly today. It's not fair to the residents who are going to have to live beside this for decades to come. At this point, it's a resubmission. At this point, it's a resubmission to my understanding. I built my own home. I love North York. I've lived here for 32 years. It's a great area to bring up children to live. The amenities are great. Yes, there are schools. There are beautiful parks. There are skating. There's all sorts of facilities. But I think this application, unfortunately, is in a stark contrast to all the housing that exists around it. This is not set in one block from Yonge Street where intensification along that corridor, we all understand, has to happen due to transit and a growing city. But this is an apartment building that's being proposed 2 blocks in from Yonge Street. And some of the things that were spoke to today, I can't even, they're not even relevant. The gentleman mentioned that there's no damage or harm to vegetation or trees. Well, the trees were cut before the property was sold. Does anyone have any photos? Before the property changed hands, the gentleman who had it obviously wanted to increase its value or whatever, and trees were cut. I mean, a lot. So yes, currently, they don't have to deal with forestry or don't have to deal with anybody because there's no more trees on the lot. So when taking these applications into consideration and people are coming and standing at a podium, I don't know, maybe we should take an oath so that everyone here is telling the truth, because I don't speak planning. Thankfully, one of my neighbors who isn't within, I don't know what you call it, the designated zone that is required in order for putting the information out on what you're planning to do. So I live 7 houses away from this application to the west. This application is at the corner of Patricia and Fargo. They are planning from the original plan, and the gentleman spoke to it as, what did he call it? He made it sound like it was a very positive thing, that they were going to have the parking on the inside or the west side of the dwelling. Well, unfortunately, there's a stop sign right there. So, and they're proposing tandem parking. So, as far as I know, in North York, the bylaw was, and I don't know if it still exists, so you're not allowed to park unless a vehicle in front of a dwelling unless it has a garage. And if it's a double garage, you're allowed to park two, tandem. And if it was a single, like a lot of the homes are, because there's still, this area hasn't matured yet to where they want to go with it. I don't think it will for decades. So that's my concern. So we still have North York residents that live in their homes when they were built. These are people that came back from the war, and they bought, these are called wartime bungalows, because they came back, they served their country, they came back, and they moved into these houses, and they raised their families, they worked hard, and that's what they had. Now we're talking about building an apartment building, and he's done us the favor by taking the apartment building and put it closer to the streetscape on Fargo. Okay, I'm not going to be looking at this wall every day, but some of my, I don't want to say elder, let's just say more mature neighbors who have lived in the neighborhood longer than me, I'm 32 years, are now going to be looking at a side wall of a building. And it's not even within, it doesn't even,
wrap up.
I have to wrap up? Okay.
Everyone's allowed 5 minutes. So
yeah, okay, if you would indulge me for 1 minute more. Lily Chan, our local councillor.
I'm sorry, you've got 20 seconds.
Our local councillor, if you go online, is not in favor of this application at all. But the most important piece of information, if you go online, was submitted by someone who, again, is not within the corridor of being informed about this, but he's a professional engineer with more than 40 years' experience in the housing industry, and he has spoken to every single, if you go in your computers, call it up, Mr. Lee, and I think he answers everything.
Stop there.
Yep.
Okay, we've got to stop
Thank you
there
for
to
your
be fair to
consideration,
everyone else.
and please, let's keep North York beautiful. Thank you.
All right, I appreciate that. Thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions for this applicant? Do you have any questions? Can you hear me? Okay, there being no questions, let's bring out, if there is any other speaker who would like to speak directly to the remaining variances, if, points have not been made, let's do so. If I can get your name and address, please, for the record.
Yes, the name is Eddie Lee, and I'm at 120 Patricia Avenue. I'm now going to regurgitate my letter that I submitted. I think with all the changes in the variances that's being changed, the built form is a little bit different from what is the application, where I'm just requesting that it be deferred and the applicant provide us a revised elevation and the encroachments that is required that he's asking for. I think one of the things that we have to recognize that the City of Toronto looked at what they call the missing middle. And one of the missing middle is the triplexes and the fourplexes that's being discussed tonight. I think what it is that the important thing is it's the built form that's important for the neighborhood. It has to integrate into the neighbor, and what is being proposed is not in the keeping of the neighbor. There are a lot of examples throughout Toronto that has the missing middle, and they truly demonstrate the integration of those designs into the neighborhood. And that's what I'm asking, is that the applicants be deferred, and let's revisit it again once it's revised.
Okay, so that's the second sort of deferral request that I'm hearing from applicants from the neighborhood today, which we will take seriously as well. Members, do you have any other questions? Okay, that being said, is there anyone else who would like to talk to points that have not been raised here today? Anyone else? I'll ask the speaker to take a seat, and if there's anyone else. Okay, if I could you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Helen Kim. I live at 103 Patricia Avenue.
Okay.
Hi, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I apologize, I'm a little nervous.
That's okay.
I'm
You're doing
here
great.
representing my family, and I do want to say that we had filed letters of objection for myself under my name, Helen Kim, and as well my husband, Scott Marentet, also filed a letter of objection. I would like to kindly point out that our councillor, Lily Cheng, has also submitted a letter of objection, clearly outlining the reasons why this application should be refused. In addition, as you note, there is a staff report which has been submitted, which also refuses a few of the variances. I'm a little surprised that the agent can provide variances on the spot. It doesn't give us any time to make any considerations, and I really feel it's a bit unfair, considering that we are not part of any planning committee or development. We're just residents of North York. So I just wanted to state that for the record, that not being an expert on planning and development, I find that the agent's changes require further consideration. My viewpoint on the fourplex with the two-story garden suite is that it is a de facto sixplex. Once the garden suite goes in, it is possible for the developer to put in as two separate apartments. So in my opinion, this converts into a four-story plus another two apartments. According to the plans, there are 15 bedrooms, which currently would be proposed on a single-family residence home. And if you look at our neighborhood, it is exactly single-family residence. So I did have a longer speech to read, so if you could bear with me. I am speaking today to express my concerns regarding this application on this particular property. While I support appropriate housing growth in our city, I'm concerned that the scale and intensity of this proposal significantly exceeds what is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood contents. And if you could please keep in mind that we are here as neighbors to object to this application because we live in this neighborhood. So we know this neighborhood best, and we know that another single-family home is what should be on this particular property. The property represents a substantial increase in density for a single residential lot. Putting in this de facto sixplex raises legitimate concerns about infrastructure capacity, waste management, and neighborhood livability. Second, the proposed massing and height of the two-story garden suite at the rear of the property could create impacts on neighboring properties. It's not could, it will impact the neighboring properties, including the overlook, loss of privacy, shadowing of adjacent yards. The rear yard structure of this scale is not typical in this area and sets an undesirable precedent for overdevelopment of rear yards. Third, the proposal may increase pressure on the on-street parking and local traffic. Even where parking minimums are reduced, the practical reality is that the additional units often translate into additional vehicles in the neighborhood. And lastly, the cumulative impact of multiple variances should be carefully considered. When taken together, density, building and size, and the addition of a large secondary structure, the proposal represents a significant departure from the intent of the zoning bylaw and the established character of the neighborhood, which is what we are trying to preserve. I respectfully ask Madam Chairman and the committee to consider whether this proposal truly meets the 4 tests of minor variances, particularly where the variances have been adjusted, as we just found out in this meeting. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Okay, thank you. Please hold the applause, please. No applauses in the committee room. Okay, so is there any questions for the speaker today from committee members? Okay, no questions. Then let's bring forward any other speakers who wish to speak to anything else that hasn't been said, and only to the 5 variances that are left. Okay, I don't see anyone coming forward. I will ask Mr. Clapp, is there anyone online that needs to?
Yes,
be
we do have someone
shared?
waiting online, Madam Chair. I'll unmute them now.
Okay, thanks. If you can pull them up, please.
It's the resident of 101, Patricia.
Okay. Hello, are you there? Are they unmuted?
They are, Madam Chair. Jihao Lao.
If you could state your name and address for the record, please. Doesn't seem like they wish to speak. Is there anyone else, or is it just that one person?
That's it, Madam Chair.
That's
If
it?
no one else
Okay.
in the chambers wishes to speak, I believe that is everyone.
All right, that's great. Thank you so much. So let's get the agent back up here. Quite a lot that has sort of been said, but there's been a growing theme of, feeling that a lot of changes have been made that that they don't understand, and it's obviously driven by the staff report as well. I guess before you continue, would you be open to deferring this to have a meeting with the residents perhaps, or how would a deferral impact you?
I don't, thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe before addressing the question of deferral, what I'll just indicate is that the factual matrix around the changes is somewhat incomplete as before the committee, but I fully understand the frustrations that have been brought to your attention. We posted these revisions ahead of the deadline for material being posted. In fact, these revisions were provided to the Application Information Center before the staff report even came out. And so it was only on the 4th that we discovered, the 4th being yesterday, that we discovered staff's entire position. So that the only 2 variances that are being amended without quote unquote notice are those main wall and height variances. And that is solely because staff enjoy the luxury of providing reports the day before a committee hearing. That is not in any way to suggest that the frustrations you've heard are not warranted, but we share them. And on that note, I will not be seeking a deferral only because we did bring these to the AIC, and it is well acknowledged that that kind of the information being provided is the responsibility of everyone to stay aware of. I want to address some of the concerns raised by the neighbor at 92 Connaught. Just pointing out that in 2016, the property owner there received minor variances for a 9-meter height to their property, and also the same driveway variance so that they could have a driveway on the frontage and not on the flanking street. So we see that that is a pattern of approvals that's already existing in the area. The nature of the orientation of the lots, I was able to see from the satellite pictures what appears to be a healthy and beautiful garden, something my wife would be very excited about to see. But it is, this property, the application that's before you is to the north. And so it seems inconceivable that there would be a sunlight impact on that neighbor's garden. I understand the objections and concerns for Mr. Lowry, but as he himself said, he's quite a number of addresses away from this development. His home is itself quite a large home. if you have a chance to see it on a satellite picture at 115 Patricia. Turning to Mr. V, and I'll apologize for any mispronunciations of names. I noticed an engineer who had recommended deferral. Again, I addressed that question of deferral. These materials were provided. I do want to address the concern that a garden suite could be further split to contain 2 units. There's 2 things that I'd like to say to address that concern. Number 1, 5 units on the lot is the as of right unit density, and that's what we're seeking, which is as of right. And if a property owner wanted to turn the garden suite into 2 units, now I'm a lawyer, so I don't know if it's even operationally feasible, but let's say it is, that would also require a variance. And so the neighbors would know that, and it would come to the tests before this committee. So it cannot just be turned into another unit, creating the concern of a 6-plex. I've appeared before this committee on a number of occasions, including this morning, where that question of desirability was at the forefront of the committee's mind when considering an application. And in that case, there was a constrained circumstance. I may not agree, but that was the committee's finding. This case is vastly different. That 6-meter setback is a true game changer and made only possible by the dimensions of this lot. A 15-meter frontage, a 40-meter depth on a flanking lot. If you go on Google Maps, you see there's Catholic French School Board, public schools, beautiful new facilities with tennis courts and pools, bus. It is not in an MTSA, but it's very near to the Finch subway station. All the elements that ought to be shared with new families. And that ultimately is what this proposes to do. Each unit has 3 bedrooms, appropriate for families, who should be able to share in the benefits and the beauty of what Mr. Lowry called beautiful North York. Subject to any of your questions, those are my comments.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, do you have any questions of the agent? Okay, that being said, then let's take this matter into committee, and let's get everyone up on the screen so I can see them for a moment. Thank you. So maybe if I'll open the floor up to sort of any comments or questions or like things that you'd like to raise. If we have to bring the agent back on, I'm willing to do that. I mean, I could start off if you would like. I mean, you know, looking at this, I just think that when I first looked at the application, I think I had the sort of same resolve as all of the residents who are coming in, thinking this is just too much. And, you know, this is, to me, it wasn't what the idea of, you know, something that was sensitive to the area would involve. It did bother me that this was sort of a late staff report that triggered a number of changes that were made by the applicant here today, and much to the frustration of, you know, all of the members who have had to take their good time, you know, their passion for their neighborhood, their concerns to come out and share that. I think maybe a lot of the effect of that would have been settled had a new application with all of the new details of just 5 variances were displayed to them. I think that would have quelled a lot of like the, you know, the heightened concerns of like 12 variances, all of which seemed really a lot more and detrimental for, you know, their livability in that neighborhood. And I'm also, you know, I'm also concerned about the fact that, yes, we do need a lot more affordable housing into, you know, the city, given the numbers of people who are looking for that, and a great push in policy to make sure this happens, but we want to make sure that it's done in a sensible and reasonable and, you know, a way that meets the character of the neighborhood as well. And that being said, I also know that should we have eliminated all of these variances, something that was of that stature could still be built. And there's nothing anyone could have said. It would just be, no one would have to come here. So with all of that in mind, and, you know, given I understand that, you know, and I liken to what the agent had said about the deferral, that is a shared responsibility, because I think in a way he was forced to make those types of decisions, you know, of making this application sort of on the spot as well. And I think I'm sensitive to that as well, because I think we all have a part to play in making sure that the public is very well informed and given what's needed. And so I don't want to ping him when we could have done a little bit better as well. But at the same time, even if giving the extra time to the residents, it's still like everything's sort of been displayed and explained here. So, you know, and it's reduced quite a lot. And in fact, when you look at the individual variances themselves, if I had the application looking at it just from the perspective of what's already been reduced, I probably would have said, yeah, I'm considering this. Anyway, that's just my thoughts. I could be off, but I'd like to hear what you have to say as well.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
I echo your comments, and I think that some meaningful work has been done to this application to amend, remove, decrease some of the variances. And I agree with you when you say, you know, if, you know, it's, and as Mr. Flett had said, it's as of right to build a multiplex on the property. That being said, I am considering this application, considering approval. However, I'll await comments from my colleague.
Through you, Madam Chair, thanks for both comments. I was actually the one that questioned the desirability of the other application, which was similar to this one. It was on the corner lot. This is also on a corner lot, but I think it's slightly different. It's wider lot. It's a bigger setback from the flanking street. So I think I still wish that it could be done, like, because they have the side access and they could eliminate the rear stairway. But I think it's not a problem for me now. As you mentioned, I think the applicant came a long way with the changes. I wish, you know, it could be circulated to the neighbors earlier. But on the other side, I agree that the applicant received the report late and they had to come up with a plan. But I think it's a totally new application from what we had. So we're dealing with 5 variances, which I went through that a few times. To me, I think none of them are major. It's supportable, it's minor. And again, I wish that could be circulated earlier and neighbors could, you know, discuss that with the applicant. But this is the procedure, and you know, we have to make a decision. So overall, I think it's a supportable application to me.
Okay, and I again highlighting that neighborhood piece and letting them know that their concerns were valid. We appreciated them coming in here, and so no matter the outcome, you know, that was amazing and commendable, and you know, quite the task to do that and coordinate it as well. But like you have said, Ms. Member Maziari, like a decision still has to be made. And I'm not sure that that's the right one. It's going to be a deferral at this point, having heard everything and took up all of committee's time and doing this. I think one has to be made today, but I'll leave it to you members to move forward with a motion, and let's see what the result of that. So can I get a motion, please?
I can try a motion.
Absolutely, Member Maziari.
So it can be a bit challenging to go through all the variances, but I'm going to read them all. So I motion to approve this application as amended. Variance number 1 to be eliminated. Variance number 2 to be eliminated. Variance number 3 to be reduced to 10.78 meter. Variance 4 eliminated. Variance 5 remains. Variance 6 revised to 8.78. Variance 7 eliminated. Variance 8 remains. Variance 9 and 10 and 11, I believe those are eliminated, and variance number 12 to be reduced to 130.11.
Yep, that's correct. And there's no subject to nothing else that we have noted.
I don't see any.
Can I get a seconder for that?
Second it.
Seconded by Member Klein. All those in favor? Okay, this application has been approved with those amendments and those conditions. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for attending, and to staff and to committee members who we've had to adapt on short notice with a chair who was ill and doing everything sort of online. I really appreciated your patience. And now can I get a motion to end the session?
I'll make that motion to end this session at 6:10 p.m.
Great. Seconded by Member Maziari. All in favor? Okay. Have a good night, team. Bye-bye.